Chapter 1. The Awakening. Whisper Mountain, Pandora's most colossal broad figure, sits surrounded by rich lush rainforest that is softly blanketed at its surrounding base by a touch of a mysterious glowing blue mist that sits quietly in southern part of Pandora. Even a mountain with such a glorious scale and beautiful bioluminescent scenery, wondrous legends, epic myths, can sometimes have a deep dark slumbering ancient evil secret, waiting to be awakened. At its enormous blunt peak, which soars high into Pandora's sky, passing through the godly clouds as if it was reaching for the stars, has an uncharted area yet to be touched, as it seems. This area, although at such monumental heights, there is a waterfall so magnificent and beautiful that it would make the Garden of Eden jealous. Locked within its natural beauty, it's as if Father Time has forgotten it and has spared its existence to display its beauty to the yet unseen eye. The pounding thunder from the tropical storm is so loud it echoes through the basins like a catastrophic nuclear bomb. On the side of Pandora, a thorn in its side, the thunder so loud it trembles and shifts some of the boulders and rocks around, and unearthing some type of cave which has been a prison for something ancient, a slumbering evil. Water from the heavy rain enters the opening and quickly makes its way to this unknown slumbering evil and interrupts an ancient hibernation slowly. The inside of this cave is much like the Pandoran forest, bioluminescent bluish worms crawling on the ceiling. Deeper inside there is a small water spring home to some albino fish, much resembling trout, only these have no eyes. The new opening to the cave lets in some rain which slowly trickles down what looks like a mound of rocks and dirt. With more and more hits from the powerful thunder, the rubble at the cave entrance keeps shifting and make the opening wider, letting in more light and more water. It is now clear from the glow from the outside that the mound of dirt and rubble is actually something in hibernation. Evidence of wings and claws at its base, some evil-looking humanoid figure lying dormant for an unknown amount of time which has been perfectly preserved by hibernation. The flashing of the lightning quickly makes its mark on the dark silhouette of evil, and from within the darkness you slowly see two red evil lizard-like eyes slowly open up and gaze upon this new light from the now open prison. As more and more thunder hits, and as lightning keep flashing its glory, more sets of red beaming eyes slowly and eerily open up. And finally, like a grand finale, a set of reddish-yellow, much bigger and more monstrous in nature eyes open up. And with a strike of lightning the flash gives a horrifying glimpse of what has been awakened. With his eyes widely open and as he begins to move his limbs around, seeing what's left of his brethren slowly awakening, it looks around shocked to see what has become of his domain, his home of which he once ruled so valiantly. He slowly stands but sternly lumbers to the entrance of the cave, take a deep breath and lets out an ancient roar so frightening that even the thunder itself stops, and Whisper Mountain goes into a deep and eerie dead silence. Following the magnificent roar it becomes evident, now out in the open, making him visible and stretching out its wings to regain his full range of motion and strength. The godly being is a lean, dark, partially covered in black feathers with humanoid-type face with the wings that resemble that of a dragon. Its most unique asset is his blaring glowing reddish-yellow eyes with a black center. It's almost like this creature was born straight out of hell and was sent here by the devil himself. Behind him in the cave, three more but smaller in size slowly walk out and stand next to what seems to be the leader of their kind, and kneel as if he was some kind of deity, god. He slowly turns to them and points at them and says to them in some deep chilling voice, "Lidrasgo ni ioya, auntksan altlo nyftitsatklpksiltu." We have been awakened and have been freed from this prison. With his fist clenching and pointing out towards the cave, he orders the three kneeling before him to awaken the rest of their kind and says, "Lidrasgo ni ioya, tksanfonderwitksultsngifpintmongatksks." Wake them all, it is time for us to reclaim our land. The minions, still sluggish from the long hibernation, weakly walk back into the cave to wake up the rest of their kind who are still under some dirt and rock in a deep hibernation. It will take some time before they have regained their strength to begin flying again. The leader walks towards the edge of the cliff that overlooks all of Pandora, gazes at all the green lush forest for a moment. Then takes a deep breath, puts one foot on a rock in front of him, clenches his fists like talons and then lets out a thunderous roar that echoes across throughout the mountains below and puts everything into a deep eerie silence. Meanwhile, back at the Tree of Souls, the ceremonial bliss of which Jake did pass his conscious from his human body to the avatar body. His awakening, the permanent transfer of his conscious with no machines, no technology to help him control the once remotely driven avatar. He is the heart and soul of the avatar which he is rightfully bound to, though his soul had to go through the passing and choice of their great mother Iwa. The people disconnect their cues and stand up to celebrate with joy as they see their newfound leader and new inspiration to the Omatic Aya. Among them watching and waiting for Jake to be awakened are the two humans that were chosen to stay, Norm and Max, who both stand proud wearing their warrior's headpiece and the hunter's necklace. They are both signs which indicate that he is proven worthy to be among the people and are accepted as part of the both. Really praise that he does pass through the Eye of Iwa and into the Avatar, because they are unsure how his life would be with the Omatic Aya without Jack as the connection. As Jake fully comes to, his eyes are welcomed by the warm tender sight of Neytiri, who waited patiently and joyfully for her life-bound mate to be awakened. Through so much death and despair, the loss of their home, and so much pain that the Omatic Aya have endured, the awakening of Jack brings them much joy and happiness. Through so much doubt, and even hate that Jack had to endure to prove his dedication to them, was finally where he wants to be, at one with them. Even through all the dreams of flying free, the feeling of being born again, and a sense of a false reality through a dream. The reality that was once a nightmare, is nothing more than a memory. The dream that was only a reality, though a machine, is now reality and part of his real life. And after sitting up and looking at his former body lying there lifeless without the exomask, it's clear he wasn't meant to be in that, but to be born again as the true warrior he was born to be. He looks at his hands, then looks down at his toes and gives them a wiggle to check, and lets out a really big smile to everyone. As he stands up, Neytiri gives him a hand, puts her hand on his shoulder and says with a resilient smile of affection, "Neytiri, I see you." Jake, now looking at her square inches the eyes and can clearly see the purity of love in her eyes as the glow around her emits of happiness, puts his hand on her shoulder and joyfully says, "Jake, I see you." They sit there and caress each other for a moment while the crowd cheers for his passing and awakening. Ma'at walks over to him, looks at him for a second, slowly smiling, and says, "Ma'at, we do not have a leader. Itakn and Sadi have passed on to Iwa. Would you like to lead the Omatic Aya, Jake?" It is clear that the Omatic Aya already feel that Jake is their leader. After all, he is Toryuk Mito, the legendary leader. And with their former leader Itakn being dead, and the next to be leader Sadi, who is also dead, pretty much leaves only one plausible choice. Jake looks at Neytiri, then looks around at all the people looking at him cheering. He turns around and looks at Ma'at and says, "Jake, I will gladly take that honor and lead the Omatic Aya people." With much dignity and honor, Ma'at grabs the royal leader's headpiece that Itakn once wore and places it over his head, puts her left hand on Jake's chest and says with an emotional voice of joy, and also at the loss of Itakn, "Ma'at, Jake, Njenga set Omatic Aya Aloikn. Jake, you are now leader of the Blue Flute clan." Jake stands honorably and firm with the new headpiece in front of all the Omatic Aya. He nods and smiles at Ma'at, who now turns her attention over to Neytiri, who is standing right beside him. Quickly thinking to herself that she could no longer wants to be the Omatic Aya's Sahik because her judgment of Iwa would be forever clouded with the death of Itakn. She quickly decides to give her status as the tribe's spiritual leader to her daughter, as it would be easier for the clan leader and spiritual leader to be a mated pair. She walks over gracefully to Neytiri, stands right in front her, and notices Neytiri looking at her in shock as to what she was doing. She says to her daughter, "Ma'at, I can no longer beat Sehik. My readings and judgments of Iwa will be clouded with the loss of Irak. You will be Newt Sehik? Neytiri, at a loss for words, quickly looks at Jack, all in the shock, then looks back at her mother that says in a loud meaningful voice, Ma'at, Neytiri, Njenga set Omadakayat Sehik? Neytiri, you are now matriarch/shaman. Ma'at walks away, leaving Jack and Neytiri at the top, walks down to where the rest of the people are standing and says proudly, Ma'at, Mifalumuya Iktanzomatakaya. They are the new leaders of the Blue Flute clan. The people begin to cheer as they see their new leaders, Jake and Neytiri, standing together hand in hand alone at the forefront of their people. As the cheering and many congratulations carry on, Neytiri takes off her bow, looks up at Jack and holds out her father's unique bow, and as she presents it to Jack she says in a broken, tearful voice, Neytiri, I want you to have this. It was my father's and he used it to protect our people. Now it's yours to protect our people, Jake. Honorably taking the bow, Jake takes the well-built unique bow, holds it up in the glow of the night of the Tree of Souls and watches how the bow as it emits a blue-green glow in the light of the tree. He glares at it for a second and admires the beauty, the sheer elegance of the craftwork and effort that was put into the bow and puts it around his body just as Idak did. He looks at Neytiri and says respectfully, Jake, I will protect our people. Norm and Max, the only two humans granted access to the ceremony at the Tree of Souls, were standing along the people watching. Both cheerful of their friend and his accomplished spiritual feat, clap and cheer as they are presented as the tribe's leaders. Ma'at, who was standing next to them as Neytiri gave Jake her father's bow, pushes them to go congratulate their friend. She says with a big smile, Ma'at, go to them, it is okay. Norm and Max cheerfully walks up to them and they bow their heads to them and they say, Norm plus Max, it is an honor, Jack and Neytiri. They both take a step towards and look down at Norm and Max, and Jake puts his left hand on Norm's right shoulder and Neytiri places her right hand on Max's left shoulder and they say with a smile, Jake and Neytiri, we see you, Norm and Max. Neytiri feels extremely proud that these two sky people were chosen for their heroic deeds in helping her people. She kneels down to see them almost eye to eye and says, Neytiri, thank you for helping our people. We accept you too as part of the Omadakaya now. They stand there feeling very noble and happy they helped out the people, and especially their friend Jake, who is standing honorably behind Neytiri. She stands back up and stands next to Jake, and Norm, who can't wait to ask Jake what it was like going through the Eye of Iwa, says, Norm, what was it like going through the Tree of Souls? Can you remember what you saw? Looking down at Norm from his now permanently 10-foot-tall avatar body, Jake says to Norm with some detailed excitement, knowing he really wants to know how it was passing through Iwa. Jake, while I was in the passing through the eye, or at least I think that's what I remember, I heard Grace talking to me. She's alive in there with the Great Mother. Looking up at the bright tube-like limbs of the Tree of Souls with curious eyes and feeling very honorable, he says, Jake, it was like going through the tunnel of bright lights from the sync machine to our avatar's Norm, only 100x more. It was different though. I can't really describe what I felt and saw, but the thing I do remember is what I heard from Grace. She said to me to protect the people. Now looking down at her mated partner, lover for life Neytiri, putting both hands on each cheek and says, Jake, and I will protect our people. With everyone mellowing down, Jake looks around, knows that the people are in need of a new home, since RDA completely destroyed their last one. Now as the leader of the Omadakaya, he feels like he must do what is necessary, and wonders what Idak would do with this situation. His best guess is to either ask Neytiri or Ma'at on what to do next, but before he could begin to ask he can see Ma'at approaching and he patiently waits to see what she has to say. Ma'at approaches them to discuss certain things that need immediate attention. Since their previous home was destroyed, they need to seek out a new one. Also understands that her daughter lost her Ikran in battle. She looks at Neytiri and says, "Ma'at, I know you lost C's, name of her previous Ikran Blue Leaf, in battle with Sky People, as Tsahik you must get another one. It must not wait. Take Jake and go to Tzksemzo, Pass of Rock, you are ready for it. I will lead our people to the new tree called Namkelku to the east by River Olowok. By the time you get back, we shall have arrived at the tree. Make your way now." Neytiri, like a little daughter, simply nods at what her mother says, and with a sense of slight fear knowing where she has to go, she grabs Jack's hand and begin to walk with Ma'at, Norm and Max to where the dire horses are. They apply their bonds to the dire horses and hop on. Jake senses a little uneasiness in Neytiri and says, "Jake, where are we going? What's at this Pass of Rock?" She looks over to him as she tightens the saddle of her horse tightly in a confident manner and says, "Neytiri, it's where I must go to get my new Ikran. Those at the Pass of Rock are bigger and stronger than the other Ikrans, much tougher to apply the bond." Sounding quite confident, Jake reassures her swiftly and says, "Jake, oh, I'm not worried, you got this." Moments before they are about to leave, Jake looks at Max, then pans over to Norm, then looks at Ma'at, who is still looking at him, and before Jake could say anything, Ma'at says, "Ma'at, do not worry of your friends Jack Sully, I will watch over them. They are part of Amatakaya now. Go now." She gives Jake's dire horse a huge whack on the ass and it goes running off incredibly fast, almost knocking off Jake, giving Neytiri a little laugh as they ride out of the area of the Tree of Souls and down a path into some thick forest. Chapter 2. Her Last Bond. Passing through what seems to be ancient ruins of some sort, it's as if there was another civilization that once lived among them. Jake notices the huge rings that sky around the Tree of Souls area above and knows that this was not built by the Omaticaya people. Even the floor where the people plug into the roots seem to be some sort of ruins covered in roots, and the tree itself sits on a platform made of stone that is also covered heavily by roots, plants and moss. "Can't help not to ask," Jake says to Neytiri as he points to the rings above. "Jake, what are those giant rings up there?" Neytiri, looking up and around to see them herself, and while slightly shrugging and nodding her head as if she did not know, she says, "Neytiri, we do not know who made these big things, Jake. They have always been here, before our people. Our elders say this is where we all started. But still we do not know for sure." Seeing the giant rings reminds him of the ancient pyramids back on Earth that nobody really know who built them and why. As they ride really close to one of the base of the rings, Jake rides over to it and looks closely at it and touches it. It has the feeling of something metallic and stone. He wonders if these rings are also made up of the mineral that Hardier was mining, and also ponders the idea that the rings themselves give off some sort of energy from Iwa, and could be the reason that nothing electrical functions normally in this flux vortex. He looks up at the giant ring one more time, then rides up and catches up to Neytiri, who just shakes her head at his curiousness. As they go thundering through the night forest without any danger or worry about Sky People, it brings a smile to his face knowing that he is forevermore a Navy. He is finally seeing the world through his own real eyes, and not a dream world assisted by a machine. Taking in deep fresh clean air with his own lungs, the real feel of the bond with his dire horse, the sight of Neytiri with his own eyes. His soul and consciousness, the avatar's flesh and blood, is now at one. Like an ugly worm transforming of the crippled human in the wheelchair to the beautiful butterfly that is now Jake in the avatar. He rides, and follows wherever his soulmate now leads him to. They continue to ride, passing numerous streams, elegant waterfalls, and dangerous narrow tree trunks riding over ridges. Seems to him that Pandora never has flat lands, always something to look out for. Good thing for this dumb grunt has Neytiri leading the way, otherwise he would be in a world of hurt out here alone. Up ahead he hears a sound that has only heard of through virtual reality scenarios and movies. the sounds of an actual real ocean. And finally the path ends at some cliffs that ride above and along the ocean's beach. And with it being close to midnight, the two moons are so big, and so bright it's as if you can reach out and grab them. The planet Polyphemus, which sits behind the two moons, gives the ocean and the surrounding scenery a mysterious silver glow. Jake, who used to love swimming back home before he got hurt, sits and stares at the beautiful clean ocean, which has this very faint greenish glow to it. It immediately puts him into this wide-eyed daze. It's as if the ocean has hypnotized him. Looking down at the beach, he can see some enormous sea lion-type animals with their young laying down on the rocks sleeping. He looks up at the ocean as if he wants to go over there and into the water and jump in like a child. Neytiri notices the anticipation in him and says, "Neytiri, another time Jack, we will go there, for now we must go." They keep riding along the cliffs for a while and Jake still can't help not to look at the ocean and wonder what's out there. He gets glimpses of what looks like whales of some sort in the water spouting out water really high, but their size is much too enormous to be one. The sand being so bright and visible with the two full moons, he can easily see how clean and pure it is. His memory of a beach is that of something man-made, and he only reads stories of people actually walking along a real beach. From the time and world that he comes from, the beaches are nothing but full of black and oily sand with a disgusting frothy-like ocean with an oily tinge to it. As they are leaving, he says, "Jake, I've never actually seen anything like that. It was always just a story, or in books at school. The world I come from, the oceans were dead and black." Seeing the beauty here on Pandora and remembering the oceans back on Earth disgusts him. Wondering if Neytiri ever goes out there for a swim or something, curiously he points to the ocean and says, "Jake, do you ever go out there in the water? It looks so clean and warm." Neytiri, quickly shaking her head no, points to the ocean herself and sternly says, "Neytiri, no Jake, it's dangerous. Many deadly animals there, not safe to go in water." She stops and Jake pulls up next to her and she looks at Jack and says and points at him, knowing he loves to get into trouble with curiosity, "Neytiri, do not go there, okay? Do not go there." She taps him on the shoulders as she's telling him that, then begins to move forward again. Jake just smiles and shakes his head and follows behind her. Although he still can't help not to look over at the awesome ocean. He would die to be able to just run wild on the beach and do a belly flop into the water like a little kid. Even though he's the big bad leader of the Omadakaya, it's quite clear to him who actually runs the show here, and it's definitely not him. Finally they come to an area where they will stop and rest for a few hours before they hurdle the next big move. They sit down on some soft moss along the cliff that overlooks the ocean. Very tired, Jake yawns but keeps looking down at the ground as if something is bothering him. Neytiri notices something isn't right and says, "Neytiri, what is it, Jake?" With arms crossed at the knees and sitting up, he looks up at the crystal clear dark sky and says with a sense of fear and doubt, "Jake, I'm scared to close my eyes to fall asleep. What if I don't wake up?" She pushes him back so he's laying down flat on his back and gently lays her head down on his chest, says, "Neytiri, do not worry, you will rest now." With the feeling of peace and closeness, Jake bravely closes his eyes and falls asleep. Usually falling asleep in his avatar meant waking up back as a human, crippled and inside a machine and back to the nightmare. And what seemed like in an instant, the sound of the sea lion-like animals roaring below quickly awakens him. In a panic he looks down at his hands, then to his feet, wiggling his toes. It brings a smile to his face knowing he slept and woke up still a navy. He slowly gets up and notices Neytiri not there, nowhere in sight. He walks towards the edge of the cliff, and for the sounds of the ocean is like a gentle melody singing to him. No voices, no grunts, no screams, no terror or war, just the pure sound of the ocean is what he hears. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath and just listens to the ocean for a few moments. He opens his eyes and begins to look around for his Neytiri. Only place she could have gone was into the forest. He hears something coming through, and out of the thick forest comes Neytiri, smiling all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to a brand new morning. She tosses him this green fruit-looking thing that feels much like an apple, and he wastes no time and takes a huge bite. Neytiri, eat as you walk, we must not wait around. Come. They make their way into the thick forest, and with so much new scenery at hand, he can't help but to not stop and look at everything. Every new insect, or giant ant, anything flying, he just can't help but to stop to look at it. After all, he's never really had a chance to sit there and just look at everything. It was always on the run, or in some battle for life, or learning not to die while training with Neytiri. Now that he feels at peace with himself and with her, looking at everything is a learning and eye-opening experience. Neytiri, on the other hand, seems to get agitated with him and his curiosity. She says in a very annoyed voice, "Neytiri, come, stop looking at everything." He behaves well until they come across these big red, thick pipe plants that resemble long balloons. And being the curious cat that Jake is, he hits one on the side and a big plume of white smoke comes spraying out, and like a child playing with a new toy, he begins to hit them all in order. So excited he even lets out a "Jake, hell yay!" Until finally the last one that he hits, some big screeching insect comes flying out and quickly stings him and attaches itself to his arm. Although not in a lot of pain, he yells out, "Jake, Neytiri." She was quite a bit ahead, so when she heard Jake yell, she got immediately frightened. So she comes running back, bow drawn and on full alert, not knowing what to expect. Jake, with a shameful look on his face, points to the giant insect thing that looks like a mix between a giant wasp and a lizard dug into his arm, and says with no clue on what to do, "Jake, ow." Neytiri lets out a huge angry sigh and says, "Neytiri, skson. I told you to stop." She quickly grabs her knife and with superb accuracy and quickness she cuts the head off the insect. And with the tip of the knife she slightly digs into his arm and pull out the stinger, and it falls off. She then quickly grabs some of the moss from the trunk next to where they were sitting, puts a little of the neurotoxin on it and pushes it into the wound, and he says, "Jake, ow." As angry as she gets for him being such a curious cat and always getting into some sort of trouble. When she looks up at him after tying it up with some vines and leaves, he just smiles warmly at her. And that's what drives her love for him, that he's such a fearless warrior on the battlefield, that he can still a playful kitten getting into trouble. She can't help but to smile back and nod her head in a small laughter, grabs him by the hand and stands him up and says, "Neytiri, come." After about a 15-minute run, and without Jack getting into more trouble, they finally arrive to where they intended to, the pass of rock. It looks like two giant rock mountains with a very narrow pass right down the middle, covered in very heavy rainforest. She pulls out her bow, and she tells Jake, "Neytiri, we must be quiet and careful now, must not wake anything until we reach end." They slowly enter the pass, walking carefully, making sure not to make loud noises. The entrance is nothing but rock covered in moss and vines with huge bluish-green thorns. They have to carefully maneuver through the spiky vines and rock without making any noise. It's not easy making way through this pass because they have to be very careful where they step. One small slip and those spines could easily kill them. Not to mention there are some type of arachnids with 6 legs that very much resemble scorpions running around with stingers the size of large spears. Neytiri sees them and looks at Jack and points at her 2 eyes, and then points at the scorpions. He nods acknowledging their presence, and to be careful. All they can hear is a slight humming like bursts from up ahead, and when they reach an opening of swamp marsh, with gigantic lily pads, they see what is making the noises. The pass is full of these bright green with red spots slimy worm-looking creatures that move slowly but have a very bright spiny red tip. Then overhead they notice this enormous white butterfly-looking thing flying in all peaceful, gorgeous wings lined with bright green spots. Then in an instant you see it get speared by one of those red prongs from the worm. The worm uses that red prong as a piercing weapon, and it's long like a tongue and quickly snaps it back. The end of the worm opens up and inside are huge teeth that line the inside like a great white shark, and in goes the beautiful butterfly into the mouth of this disgusting worm. Neytiri looks at Jack and motions to move forward. Up ahead is a solid mass of rock with a cave entrance which they have to make their way through. The entrance has some bat-like birds sleeping with their faces covered by their own wings as they hang upside down by their claws on their feet. Neytiri grabs Jack's hand and puts her finger to her mouth as to be very quiet as they slowly walk under them and into the cave. The inside is lit from bioluminescent slugs of some sort that are slowly moving along the top of the cave. As they go through a small cave, they can start hearing the acorns on the other side. And when they finally get through the cave, they are flying around in this enormous very misty crater of a home. Neytiri says to Jake, "Neytiri, if you see them all flying into one spot, run. That means I died. You stay here and hold on to this, I must go in and do this alone." Jake surely does not want Neytiri to go in there alone, especially with the size of these things. What used to be her looking out for him, sure feels like he's the one looking out for her now. She hands him her bow and arrows and pulls out the strap they used to close the mouths of the acorns so they can apply the bond, and beings to move forward down some rocks. There isn't a clear path set to where she has to go, but it's very hard to see where the acorns are all at. With all the mist and giant rocks in the way, he just has to hope that things go as planned for her. Finally she gets far enough to where she disappears behind some of the rocks down below. As he keeps hidden in the corner of the cave trying to see where she went, he notices all kinds of commotion to where she was heading. At this point Jake sees a lot of them flying around now, and notices that they are slightly bigger lined with a lot more sits and continues to constantly look for any signs of trouble, but all he sees and hears are acorns screeching wildly and some of them flying out away to where she had walked. What seems like an eternity of a wait, Jake begins to worry some for her. Even though it's only been about a minute or so, the wait for him is a dreadful one. Just as he's had enough of this waiting business, the warrior in him begins to kick in, and as he's about to go out there to look for her. And right as he's about to head down there, out of the thick mist from above in comes Neytiri flying in on this awesome looking acorn. She gets off, begins to pat it on the neck, and Jake says impressively, "Jake, whoa, that one is cool, and big." Neytiri was not there to show off her new acorn. The old feeling of C's is still very much there, so she says, "Neytiri, this is Rimtail, or Yellow Wing, my new acorn. Come, let's go, I will take you to your pally, Dire Horse, and guide you to New Tree." Her new acorn has a greenish body with red stripes along the side, but its most apparent features are the bright yellow wings lined with red streaks, almost the marks of lightning bolts. These can easily fit 2 people, and with her already knowing how to properly and correctly apply a bond, this one listens and obeys her right away. Without any trouble Jake gets on her new acorn and they fly back to where they left the Dire Horse back at the cliff near the ocean. She lands and he gets off and she says to him, "Neytiri, follow me to river, tie horses together with rope and mine will follow." The 2 dire horses were just standing there grazing and he quickly ties up a rope from his dire horse to hers. He quickly jumps on his and signals for her to go and he'll follow. Still not 100% in complete control of his own dire horse, he still gets clumsy and has to really concentrate for the horse to maintain a straight running line. They arrive to the mouth of the river and she lands in front of them and says to him, "Neytiri, follow river up, and New Home Tree will be on right side. Make fast time and no looking at everything. See you then." Like a mother telling her son not to do anything bad when she's gone, Jake just laughs and smiles and says, "Jake, okay, better hurry or I'm going to beat you there." He takes off in a blazing speed up the river's edge before she could even take off. She smiles and shakes her head in a slight sigh of his Jack and his wildness. Although she loves the attention and joy he brings to her, she plays along with the race and they head off to their new hometree. They quickly make their way back to where Maat was leading the people to find their new home. Chapter 3. New Home. With their previous home destroyed by the Sky People, the Omatakai are set out to find their new home. Maat directs them to a very special place which will suit their needs in order for the tribe to thrive and prosper. It's another very large tree, much like their previous one but with a river running through the middle of the roots which would give them plenty of food. And which is also within a few days' travel from their Tree of Souls which they make most of their homage to. Maat calls their new home Namkelku, which means noble home in their native language. Before they make any changes to the tree, the entire Omatakai sit in a giant circle around the tree and begin to pray and chant songs of thanks. Letting Iwa know they are going to use this tree as their home, and to thank her for allowing them to use it. Jake and Neytiri sit side by side and hand in hand. Max sits next to a young girl, which is around 5-6 in our years, but the same size as him, and he sits next to her and Maat hand in hand. Norm, who speaks the language quite well, sits among the regulars on the other side hand in hand and chants along. The ceremony lasts about 10 minutes before they begin their journey of transforming this tree into their new home. As they finish, Jake, Neytiri and Maat go off on their own and sit in their own little circle hand in hand and pray to their lost loved ones. With the loss of their hometree, and with the battle with RDA, the Omatakai have lost more than half of their people. The making of their new home won't be easy as they are incredibly short-handed. They set out groups each with different assignments and tasks, even the kids are put to work. Everyone has a role to play when it comes to making their home suitable to live out of. They begin the transformation by cutting out the inner core of the tree, removing all the small roots and leaving all the big trunks. Since this tree has a stream passing through one of the main trunks, it makes it a lot easier to cut out the inner workings of the tree to begin the circular stairway upwards up the middle. It doesn't take long before the bottom of the tree begins to take its shape as their new home. The entire village work together diligently to make the tree their new home. Even the children are working hard, as you can see them carrying roots and pieces of bark down the newly made spiral stairway resembling an ant chain of workers. Some of the warriors are sent out to scout in order to find new hunting grounds near their new home to get their food. Norm, who is vigorously working with the children, carries a pile of roots down the spiral staircase and notices Jack and Neytiri are done with their prayers, and he quickly makes his way over to them after neatly piling up the roots with the existing stack, which will be used for later for the cooking fires. Come break time, most sit either with their mate, or their families and eat their food peacefully. Norm and Max are given a plate the size of a satellite dish, which is normal for one navy, but a feast for 2 humans. As they wolf down this tasty tomato-like slices, Max says to Norm with a face full of seeds, "Max, you think those that were sent back are going to tell the truth about what happened here? Or even RDA back on Earth, you think they will say what happened here? I can't imagine Grace's and Trudy's families not knowing what happened to them. And what about Jack's sister too?" Nodding his head as Norm wolfs down a slice, pointing acknowledging what Max is saying, he swallows and says, "Norm, that is a good question. I don't know, to be honest, what RDA is going to do. They are one ruthless company. I mean, come on, look what they did here. You know what, I might be able to send out messages on the mainframe to their families." Max lets out a hum of thinking and says, "Max, you think it still has some juice left in her?" Eyes lighting up with the new idea, he finishes his last slice and says, "Norm, only one way to find out. I'm going to ask Jake first to see what he says." Pointing out to where Jack and Neytiri are, Norm gives him the thumbs up on what Norm wants to do. As Norm gets up and heads over to talk to Jake, Max notices the little girl that he sat next to him in the circle of prayer for the tree sitting next to the cooking fire looking at him, and she waves him over to her. Max very uncomfortable without a translator since he barely knows any of the Na'vi language. He walks over to where she and her parents are sitting and having some food and drink. The parents both smile and nod at him, and the little girl says very slowly, "Little Na'vi girl, hi." She taps the ground with her hand motioning for him to sit with the rest of the family. Max sits down and greets them with a smile, and he says, "Max, hi." Meanwhile, as Norm heads to where Jake was, they finished praying and Ma'at walks over towards the tree to see how the progress is coming along, and she walks by Norm and Ma'at bows at Norm and Norm bows at her, a type of sign meaning hello. Still not fully comfortable being there among the Omaticaya as he is of the few humans left on Pandora. Rather to be safe than sorry, he asks, "Norm, may I approach and speak?" Looking down at Norm and very quickly by a wide-eyed Neytiri, she says, "Neytiri, you do not need to seek permission to speak here, Norm, you are Omaticaya now." Referring to his admiration and dedication to their people, Norm is considered a member of the Omaticaya clan and is allowed to speak freely. Jake quickly replies and puts his hand on Norm and says, "Jake, Neytiri is right, you are part of the Omaticaya now, Norm, you may speak freely here, what's up brother?" Hearing that from both Jake and Neytiri makes Norm feels at home with the fit-in feeling. And Huz is thankful and very proud to have helped the Omaticaya clan against his former money-driven evil empire, the Sky People. Norm responds with thankfulness and eagerness. "Norm, thank you, and I am very proud and honored to be part of the Omaticaya clan. Jake, I want to try something back at the old base camp. I want to see if the mainframe still has some power to send out some message to some people. Do you think the company RDA will tell the families of Grace and Trudy about the truth of what happened here?" The thought alone of RDA brings some anger and discomfort to Jake. He most definitely agrees that the families needs to know the truth about what their loved ones did here on Pandora. In a stern voice he says, "Jake, I know for a fact they won't say anything about what has happened here. The amount of money they lost, the killing of innocent families, innocent women and children. I'm willing to bet they will simply cover everything up and try to bury it all." Norm seemed pretty agitated on the thought of Grace and Trudy's families not being notified on the truth that happened here on Pandora. After all that has happened, their family deserved to know that their family helped fight back against RDA. Neytiri still confused on people lying to each other and says, "Neytiri, why would they lie?" Understanding that the Na'vi and their people do not lie to each other. They truly do not understand why the Sky People treat each other so badly, and why they would lie to one another. He says in a somewhat shameless voice, "Jake, because that's what bad Sky People do." Sitting there for a second thinking of what Norm said about trying to send a message to the family of his friends that helped could shed some light on what really happened here. He turns to Norm nodding and says, "Jake, if you can find a way to send a message to those families, do so. They need to know what happened to their loved ones. And they need to know they helped people with families with children fight against some money-hungry corporation that took any step necessary to acquire it, and that they didn't die in vain." Thinking about Trudy's and Grace's family make him remember all the family that has lost as well. A dreadful 1,000-mile stare at the ground just thinking about his former family. Jake stares at the ground sadly and lets out a slow drawn-out sigh. Quickly Neytiri recognizes that Jack is in some emotional pain and comforts him. "Neytiri, Jake Bootxeel? What is wrong, Jake?" The memory of his lost brother brings him sadness and the loss of his parents, which he lost as a teen growing up. And all he has left is a sister which is a few years younger than he is, but she won't talk to him because he joined the Marines, which were very corrupt at the time. Jake says, Jake, my parents died when I was young, my brother died a few years back, and the only family I had left wouldn't talk to me because I joined some corrupt military to make some money. Then I got hurt in the line of duty and could no longer walk. I had no family, no friends, and now for the first time I do have a family to love." Turning to Neytiri as he was speaking and putting his hand on her cheek and smiling warmly, Norm slowly and softly asks, "Norm, do you want me to send your sister a message about your whereabouts?" Although deep down Jake does want his sister to know what he did here, he says, "Jake, no, she's better off not knowing what happened here with me. She was pretty upset with me before I left to come here to Pandora. She wouldn't even talk to me, plus she's got a good life now and I don't want to interrupt something good." Few of the people approach and ask for Jake's help in putting together a small dam for fishing and bathing. So he goes off and helps them. As Jake is leaving, Neytiri quickly stops Norm as he's walking away and says, "Neytiri, family is life, Norm. Everything is about family and life. If Jake has family in other world of sky people, seek to tell them for Jake, I beg of you, Norm." Norm completely understands and agrees with Neytiri. He says, "Norm, I will. You know, Neytiri, at first I didn't really like Jake because he didn't have all the training and experience that we had with the Navy, but it's not about that at all. I understand it now. He's got a good heart and genuinely cares for people, so I truly respect him now. And I must get going before it gets too dark." Neytiri, while looking down at Norm, smiles and nods in a respectful manner, and she heads off to help Jake and the rest of her people to finish off the dam down by the river. Back and the cooking fire with Max and the little girl's father and pregnant mother, she points to herself and says, Siren Lou, Siren Lou." Max looked at her for a second, then smiled and points to himself and says, "Max, Max." She repeats his name, then her family says his name and smiles and nods at him. She keeps trying to say some words to Max in English but isn't making any sense. Max tries to understand her but he gently shakes his head in confusion with a smile. Moat, who is walking by, is flagged down by the little girl, and with some excitement she says to Moat, "Siren Lu, thanks to onoinum folu. Alt sam compoting nari natu alto noilupont. She smiles at what the little girl tells her and she looks at Max and says, "Moat, she said she wants to learn English and that you look lonely and she wants to be your friend." Realizing what the little girl was trying to say, Max nods and laughs and looks at the girl and says, "Max, I will do my best." Moat walks away to check up on the progress of the tree and Max sits down with the family and starts off by learning the parents' names. They seem to know the basics already, so teaching the young Navy girl Siren Lu won't be that difficult if the parents help translate some of the basics of the English language as they learn along the way as well. Back to Norm, who is wearing only his camouflaged shorts and olive green tank top, with some military-issued boots he stole during the battle, the grungy look with his exomask on and his long hair. He begins to get ready for his little journey. Armed with only a spear that he made himself, refusing to bring the R into the village, which to him would be a disrespect to them, and also an army knife. He grabs his backpack and spear, looks down towards the river and sees them all working together towards one goal and smiles and heads down the trail. As he's walking through the trail and noticing how serene everything is, how life is supposed to be, it suddenly hits him and realizes that he's walking alone in the forest on Pandora. Normally a walk with this much Pandora surrounding him, he always had Grace explaining everything with extreme detail. This time he must make his own mark, learn for himself as Grace one did here on Pandora's open wild. Even though he's alone, he feels like she's right beside him, talking to him, keeping him company. Maybe it's a way of the forest letting Norm know he's not alone with the presence of Iwa lingering about in the forest. He stops and pauses for a second, looks up and around the forest and smiles as if they are watching him, and then he continues down the path. He follows the trail that the villagers had made that leads him directly to the old shut-down school that was once led by Grace Augustine. Seeing the school seems very sad to Norm. It's worn down because of no maintenance and weather-ridden signs, and walls that are full of vegetation. What should be full of kids is now nothing more than an empty lot of sadness and rotting and decay of wood and metal. Walking inside, he sees some pictures on the wall of kids with Grace. All show signs of happiness and comfort. Then comes across a picture of Neytiri and her sister Silwanan, both with Grace sitting in the middle with her arms around them. He sits and stares at the picture and wonders how things would have been if the company would have done things more humanely. Grace and Silwanan would still be alive, and this school would be full of kids. Then he snaps out of it and realizes the true cold harsh reality of what is now and walks away and up some stairs. He stays there for the night, inside one of the secure rooms on the second floor which still has some power and oxygen for a few days, and makes himself a bed with some moss-like blankets that they Navi use for their kids, but very perfect for a tiny human. Nothing like a good night of sleep without having to wear his exomask on to breathe. Although mostly safe during the day, there are still some things that go bump in the night on Pandora that are very dangerous, so inside the secure room it will be until the next day for Norm. Meanwhile, back at the new tree, the people finally finished their masterful work of putting together a dam made up finely woven tree roots and branches they cut from the tree. Nothing goes unused with the Navy. Every single thing they cut or pull from the tree will be used in one way or another. It's their circle of energy to give back what they take. All the hunters and people from the river are all back at the tree, and begin setting up to sleep. Since the tree isn't anywhere suitable to make their usual hammocks yet, they make do with the moss-like blankets for the time being. Jake and Neytiri set up their nest-like bed on a giant root up in the tree that has a small opening up to see the night sky. Both exhausted from all the day's work, Neytiri lays down on his chest like a kitten and knows that Jack is hesitant to close his eyes to sleep. She says in a low, peaceful voice, "Neytiri, I am here, Jake, sleep now." And as quickly as she says that, he closes his eyes and falls asleep. Moments later, he opens his eyes, and is lying there in the Pandoran forest on his back facing up towards the trees. He looks at his hands and sees that he is human again, quickly checks his face and to his shock has got on his exomask. He says in a very shocked voice, "Jake, what the ... where am I?" In disbelief to where he is, and what he is, he manages to sit up and looks around some more. Unable to walk, he crawls to the nearest trunk and sits up against it and says in a panic, he yells out, "Jake, hello? Anyone there?" "Neytiri. Hello." With no response other than some birds flying by, he hears a Samson approaching in the distance. Not sure what to do, he checks his pockets on his pants and his flak jacket for anything, and he finds his old knife, pulls it out and just lays there still facing the way the Samson noise was coming from. Still trying to get a grip on what's going on, and where he's at. He constantly is looking around the forest for any signs of life. The Samson slows down above him and hovers there for a second before a rope drops down. He looks up at the Samson to see if he could get a visual of anyone, but it's hard to see through all the trees and all the wind to see who is up there. Then, like military-trained soldiers, comes down two avatars covered in full tactical gear and weapons. Unable to see who they were because of the sunlight behind him glaring down on his eyes. As they finally touch down, he hears the voice that sounds like the devil himself has come back from the dead to haunt him, and it says, "Quaritch, well, hello there, Jake, miss me?" Sitting there wide-eyed as if he just saw a ghost, he can tell that this avatar has the face of his old enemy Quaritch. And the other avatar is Wainfleet sitting there looking down at him with cocky smirk of a smile and gun-toting. Jake in total disbelief says, "Jake, how? But ... you guys were Before he could finish talking, Quaritch immediately interrupts him and says, "Quaritch, dead? Oh, I don't think so, son. Not in this day and age. You see, boy, RDA has an investment in me too, and what died out here was nothing more but other than my clone. We tried the normal way to get what we wanted and it failed. And RDA gave me the green light on this one, only this time I call the shots here, not that limp dick Selfridge who couldn't get it done." Horrified of the thought of what Quaritch could do in an avatar body, he asks him, "Jake, what are you going to do? Leave the people alone." Smiling while he grabs his backpack and unzips it, he says, "Quaritch, oh, it's not what I'm going to do here, Jake, it's what's already been done. Something that should have been done a long time ago." And as he finishes talking, he pulls out a cut-off cue from the bag and shows it to Jack as it hangs there from his hand. Jake looks up at it and notices that it has all the colorful feathers and beads that Neytiri had in her cue. He comes to realize that it is Natra's cue, and tears begin to flow out from his eyes along with the anger of a lion. He looks back up at Quaritch in a primal rage, and yells out, "Jake, no!" He can faintly hear Natra's voice calling for him. "Neytiri, Jake, wake up, Jake." Still in a deep sorrow mixed with rage from his dream, he quickly sits up and yells out in a panic, "Jake, no!" Then suddenly realizes he had a bad dream and looks around and sees Neytiri sitting next to him looking at him. Still with tears rolling down his cheeks, Neytiri knows he had a bad dream and pulls his down on her lap and caresses his face and says, "Neytiri, it's okay, calm down my Jake, I am here now, calm down." The people heard his scream of terror and they come running in to check up on what happened, and Neytiri calmly tells them it was just a bad dream and that everything is okay. Things quickly settle down and things return back to normal. Neytiri looks down and sees Jack back asleep with a peaceful look on his face. Feeling sorrow for her mate, she sits there caressing his cheek the entire night so he could sleep in peace. Back at the old school, next morning comes and Norm packs up everything and begins his way back towards the old camp. Eating some of the delicious red berries for breakfast gives Norm a warm fuzzy feeling. It's as if the berries are spiked with type of alcohol. Norm stops for a second, looks at the berry and smiles, and pops in another and continues to walk, although he notices that they have given him a slight buzz. Not wanting to get drunk off the berries, he puts the rest of them into his pockets for later use and continues to walk, albeit pretty buzzed, he says. Norm, damn, these things have got some kick. Finally reaching the base, the sight of the old camp sends some chills down his spine as he walks through the crumbled down huge gates. It's like an old military scrap boneyard, broken down AMP suits, crashed and torn up Samsons. The security sentry guns that used to monitor the forest are all torn off their mounts and on the ground all busted up. The Navy have completely decimated this place to make it could never be used for evil again. As he continually walks through the empty camp, it's so surreal to him now. He finally realizes that he's the only human left now on the planet Pandora. Walking through some areas inside the complex that still have some areas pressurized with regular air, so having the mask off to breathe for once is a blessing. He heads into the bio lab once again and sees the two amino tanks which held his avatar and Jack's still in the same position as it was once he left. This is where it all started, the avatar program, the beginning of another life on another planet. Thinking about Grace, Trudy, the security and all the people that died, always leads back to this place. Pondering and thinking about that if he had another avatar body to control, he could completely fit in among the Omatic AI and live life normally. Then the cold and hard realization of the reality that will never happen, he says. Norm, damn. Norm finally reaches the control room, which has the mainframe computer, pulls up a chair and begins to work. He quickly does a query search of Grace, Trudy, and Amy, and he sees the corresponding numbers of their last known siblings' numbers. pulls up another screen that reads long stellar data transmission and enters in the names along with each of the numbers. He sends a unique message for each person and hits the bright green transmit button and it displays back in sent. Although Norm will never know if they actually got the message since it takes a few days before the message is received. As a habit from being also a lab technician, he shuts down the mainframe. Looking outside of the lab windows and noticing that it's now night time, he doesn't want to chance it trying to make it to the old school. So instead, he goes and checks to see if the dormitory is intact and operational, and to his surprise it's 100% operational with enough air for about 20 hours. So he secure locks the door, puts all his gear down, and goes to his old cot and lays down. Kicks off his shoes and lets out a long drawn-out comfort sigh of relief, nothing like his old soft bed with some pillows to sleep the night away. Chapter 4. Shadows in the Sky. It's early now at the home of the horse clan of the plain, and the environment is slowly waking up to the dawn of a fresh new morning. Still in the grips of the low morning fog, you can hear birds waking up, the sound of a gentle waterfall cascading into glass like nearby lake slowly singing its song into the morning. Smoke still slowly lingering out of some huts from the previous night, giving the camp a grayish overhead tint. A typical undisturbed morning for the people and their village. While everyone is still sound asleep, there are two kids up earlier than normal moving around. The kids, Boonlia and Adelia, son and daughter of Akwi, the tribal leader of the horse clan of the plains, are running wild into the mist to their favorite morning hunting grounds, Lake Zingwile. They gather everything they need to prepare for their early morning departure out into the wild alone. Excited and ready, they head off into the morning fog down the path to their long-awaited journey. The lake is only a few miles from their home and they love going there simply because it's rich in their clan's favorite morning breakfast, the saktek fish. Normally the uncle of the two goes and gathers the fish for the clan, but today, the chief and the uncle agreed they could both go together and collect the fish for their morning breakfast. Since the son Boonlia, nicknamed Booney, is 14, almost at the which the boys are made into warriors at the age of 15, they were allowed to go to the lake, just the two of them. Adelia is 12, and is the brains of the two siblings, seems much older mentally than Ade would tell, and she's very cunning and quite an agile hunter as well. Their journey is filled with much joy and eagerness, being as this was their first time allowed to go alone. A morning to themselves to help gather food for their people will bring them much honor and respect. Running through the marshes which are covered in a low thick blanket of fog, laughing and giggling with such great speed as if they cannot wait to get there to begin their catch. They stop at pass of tall grass and there it is, lying quietly in her glass-like state, Lake Zingwile. They look at each other with big eyes of joy and laugh even more with excitement as they run towards an area where the fish are plentiful. They arrive at their destination and begin to set up their usual fishing routine, which involves a dam-like entrapment that traps the slow and bright chubby fish into a net which they can simply just pull out for an easy catch. After a few full nets of fish, Booney looks up towards the horizon and sees the sun finally start to come up with some haze of clouds in the distance. He looks up at Adelia while reeling in another full net of saktek fish and says, "Booney, tingnari nabi benamuntalu tatr 8 smuk? Looks like it's going to be another cloudy day, sis." Not really paying attention to his clumsy brother, Adelia looks up at the horizon for a second and simply nods and continues to tie up the netting with pristine and cunning quickness. She fears when it comes time for his brother to attain the warrior rank that he will not succeed because he's quite slow and not physically ready yet. Nonetheless, she loves him and takes care of him even though he's a bit rough around the edges. Within a few minutes' time, their first netting is already full of the bright and chubby fish. So Booney begins to bring up and around the net and it simply entraps them as they flop and wiggle around in the netting. The sight of the full netting brings them both a huge smile as Booney holds up the full netting with much pride as says, "Booney, dingnari, mo ovspiatut smuk. Look, our first catch, sister." While almost done with the opening of the last netting, Atalia noticed a dark shadow that quickly passed above them very fast and without a noise. She looked up to the grey covered in clouds sky and looked all around in a circle and doesn't see a thing. Confused on what it was, or maybe she just seeing things, she immediately turns to Booney and says, "Atalia, gets a sat? Did you see that?" As who's back in the deeper part of the lake pulling in the net, fumbling over his own feet while doing so and falling into the water face first, he quickly gets back up, shaking himself off of the water and clearing his face of the mud, and says, "Booney, Kemp. What?" Seemingly agitated on his clumsy, goofball of a brother, she shakes her head in disgust and just seems to let it go. But once again another quick pass of a shadow overhead, only this time she saw the shadow of what it was in the water, a unclear reflection. Pretty frightened and also knowing her brother is mindlessly not paying attention to anything but the nets who's pulling in, she frantically says, "Atalia, came nimanag kenksing seta, fmontsling fitsnj Booney. I saw it again, we need to go right now from this place, something isn't right here." Sensing danger and concern in her scared little sister's voice, he notices that it's incredibly quiet and then begins to get frightened himself. He quickly tightens up the last of the netting and begins to pack everything up quickly and says, "Booney, lumpfnu? Napamfnu fisung trrk, osatinksing. Why is it so quiet? I've never heard it so quiet here in the mornings before, let's get out of here." They quickly reel in the last full net of fish and Atalia ties it up and picks up the full net and puts it onto Booney's back, as it's made with several straps to be meant to carry while walking. Booney picks up the other sack and gently puts it on the back of Atalia, although this sack is much lighter, but still decently sized. Without a peep from either of them, Booney looks around to make sure they aren't leaving anything behind, and then motions to move forward down the trail back to the village. As they begin to walk away, they hear something high above in the trees breaking branches and moving within the tree. Scared to death as they look at each other in fear, and suddenly it comes out with blazing speed, and all that Atalia had the chance to see was a black figure with wings and red glowing eyes. It had slammed into the both of them, taking him while knocking her back and unconscious in a blink of an eye. It had grabbed the boy with its sharp talon-like hands and drove its nails deep into the boy's skin for a clean, firm grip. Like an eagle carrying a fish as food, it flies up and over the trees with an incredible amount of speed and heads back towards Whisper Mountain. The boy still barely clinging onto dear life, with the ancient evil flying creature's razor-sharp claws that much resemble a human hand, dug deeply into his sides and back, making him bleed out profusely. Going in out of consciousness, he notices they are about to land to an entrance to some cave-like opening on top of the mountain. And finally the boy blacks out completely before they enter the cave. It carries the boy to where the leader is and kneels before him and says, "Evil creature 1, Ozamun Xasalikton. I have brought food, my leader." The leader grabs the boy, looks at him for a split second, and pulls him apart into two pieces like a rag doll. He turns around, and walks slowly over to where there is a female of his kind lying asleep. She looks injured, as if her legs have been seriously injured, but still alive. He kneels in front of her, puts his hand on her scaly-like feathers of a skin and says, "Lidrasgo nai oya, xaself pitikshrsrung toxtsek. Here is some food for strength and nourishment to heal your wounds, my queen." She wakes up very slowly, eyes with barely any glow as if she was barely alive. Begins to eat the pieces of the boy very slowly. The others sit kneeling in front of them, not daring to make any eye contact in fear of their leader. Lidrasgo stands up, and turns around and faces them, which there are about 15 of them, and says deep in anger, "Lidrasgo nai oya, fo a turkup pificum. They will pay for this." As a few hours pass and both the Akwi and Lunak both begin to get worried, knowing that his children should have returned by now. Akwi with a concerned face looks over at Lunak and says, "Akwi, mio kalam. We should go to the lake." They both get on their dire horses and move with incredible speed towards the lake. When they arrive there, to their shock they find Adalia lying unconscious and begin to wake her up. Once awake and fully awake, she begins to tremble in fear and hugs her father and begins crying. Aqui immediately asks. Aqui, opihim fits Adalia, tsengpangiats mutant booni. What happened here, Adalia? Where is your brother Booni? Crying and trying to talk while trembling in agonizing fear, she finally says. Adalia, fusu ultral, Derwatksakt sal con mifosam manauri? It came from the trees, it came from the trees. All I remember is it was big and dark and those red glowing eyes, those red evil glowing eyes. Not knowing what to make of the situation, Aqui looks at his brother in disbelief and confusion to what has happened. And Lunak looks back rather frightened and in disbelief himself. Aqui picks up his daughter and Lunak grabs the nets and gear and they go back to camp to alert the clan of what has happened. Once back at camp, Aqui calls for the meeting of the Warriors' Council to set up a search party for his son. He tells the clan what his daughter told him and everyone seemed to be confused and bewildered on what it could have been. Everyone that owns a dire horse volunteers to go on the search for the son. Nothing like this has ever happened and there is much confusion among the clan. Riders search the entire perimeter of the lake, some swim in the lake and look underwater thinking he might have drowned. Aqui while searching the forest sees something startling on the ground and calls for the people to come. He picks up warrior neck beads that are covered in blood, his son's neck beads. It's basically a necklace for those that are soon to be warriors when they hit the right age. The people know it's the beads of his son and look up at him in sorrow and fear, not knowing what he's going to do. He looks at the beads, then closes his eyes while clenching the beads like a fist and says in a very angry but held together voice. Aqui, tupsitsu? Who would do such a thing? Not knowing who took his son and why, he orders everyone back to the village in a stern voice. Aqui, nemkakelku. Back to village. With no tracks leading in either way, no sense, nothing left behind, the entire ride back was extremely tough for Aqui. His soon-to-be warrior son has gone missing, and finding the warrior beads covered in blood brings him much concern that he may be dead. His plans are to send messengers to all the nearby clans to see if they know anything about his son. A gathering of the clan leaders has been made to discuss the issue at hand. Few of them think it could have been another tribe on their hunter Ikran that flew in and took the son. But immediately Aqui says that Ikrans don't have glowing red eyes and that they also don't have dark skin. They are left clueless and without any help, so they send out messengers to other existing nearby clans for assistance and answers. Meanwhile, back at the new hometry of the Omaticaya, Neytiri thinks it's time for Jake to visit the leader's sacred ground. It's a burial site of all the former legendary Toryukmukto leaders, and every new one must visit to pay respects. Like a typical daughter, she walks up to Ma'at, who is planting the large plant with bulb-like petals that light up the night like lamps, and says, Neytiri, o kamun jak tsadigtan swakkultsanok. I'm going to take Jake to the leader's sacred ground, mother. Ma'at, while pushing in the roots of the plant into the dug hole, then covering it up with soil and putting water in it, looks up at Neytiri and nods okay. So Neytiri walks over to where Jack is, making sure all the straps and the saddle on his Ikran are in working order and also trying to get him to not be so hyper all the time. I guess when you apply the bond, whatever you feel, he feels, so Jack being himself and always full of energy, it transfers over to his Ikran. Neytiri says to him, Neytiri, Jake, I'm going to take you to visit the Iktanswak cult, the leader's sacred grounds. It's where we lay to rest all the Toryukmiktos from the past. All Toryukmiktos must visit. Jake, who has his eyes closed and concentrating on calming down his Ikran with his nice activity of a gorgeous brain. The Ikran sits calm and motionless like a well-trained dog next to his master. He opens eyes and looks at Neytiri, smiles and nods and says, Jake, okay, I am ready. Neytiri hops on her Ikran, who sits there quietly and already well trained from a master. And they take off together into the sky like two jets off a carrier with extreme speed. They fly towards the northwest, an area that Jack hasn't seen yet, but he remembers it from satellite as being a dry, more mountainous zone. Visible to the eyes, the mountain, desert-like zone. He asks Neytiri curiously. "Jake, what is over there?" She looks at Jack and says. "Neytiri, that is the home of the Kulkulat cult people, or people of the ground, who live under the ground. We are forbidden in their lands, Jake, and they are forbidden in our lands." Looking at Jack with extreme concern and caution, knowing that Jack has the knack to be the curious cat almost every time, she says with sincere concern. "Neytiri, promise me you will never go there, promise me, Jake." As he gazes over towards the dry mountain zone with wide eyes of curiosity, he quickly turns and looks at Neytiri and smiles and says, "Jake, I promise." Looking down, she can see the area of the sacred grounds and points to it and says to Jake, "Neytiri, follow." They both land and get off their Ikrans and walk towards the area, and walking through some thick mist and into the open. It's very now clear that the place has been destroyed, completely ravaged into rubble. What was 5 statue-like figures of people is nothing more than piles of wood and stone torn apart and scattered among the area. Neytiri, in a complete shock, turns and looks at Jack and says, "Neytiri, who could have done this?" Jake, kneeling down and naturally doing some recon for some intel, he kneels down and picks up a piece of some body armor and notices huge deep-like claw marks on it. He gazes around and looks for any signs of anything that could have been human, but no ammo casings, no explosive evidence. Whatever it was that did this was definitely not human. Jake stands up and says, "Jake, whatever did this, was definitely not sky people. Look at this." He hands Neytiri the piece of armor and notices that the claw marks are much too big to be any animal, and let alone it has 5 claw marks. She puts her hand on it and notices the extra limb and looks completely confused. As she gets up, they both hear a strange raspy voice from within the thick mist say, "Unknown voice, Tsot Swat Vertapkazu. The ancient demons are coming." Jake immediately goes into full alert and takes out his bow with the quickness and arrow fully cocked, ready to shoot in the direction of the voice, and says, "Jake, what was that, Neytiri?" Then out comes walking a grey, scaly-like Navi-looking thing. Same eyes as a Navi, tail about half the size, same amount of fingers and about the same build type. It looks at Neytiri and points and says, "Kulkulat person, Tsotkazu. They are coming." Neytiri, in total disbelief that one of the people of the ground have actually come into the Navi territory, she says angrily while pointing to the direction of the dry zone, "Neytiri, yunga ksani mi atksks. Kanem yunga atksks set. You are forbidden in these lands. Go back to your lands now." The grey lizard-like Navi, who is very fidgety and twitch at every movement, points to the sky and says, "Kulkulat person, yungat saksefot sot fakichuan taam tsot tolrut ksentsot vertep. Mengaknari see. You war with the sky aliens have awakened the ancient demons. You are warned." And with blazing-like speed it runs back into the mist and towards the dry zone from where it came from. Jake, while still holding his bow and arrow cocked ready to shoot, Neytiri walks over to him and pushes his bow down and says, "Neytiri, that was one of the underground people, Jake. I do not know why he was here, it is forbidden. I am not sure what he means by ancient demons." Jake, still concerned about what has happened there, says, "Jake, and what's with the warning of ancient demons? What demons? More sky people?" With a scared look in her eyes, she nods no and says, "Neytiri, I don't know of ancient demons. We should go and talk to Mother." She throws down the piece of armor with the huge claw marks and they run back through the mist and jump on their Ikrans and head off back towards the new hometry. Chapter 5. Let it be known. Earth, the once beautiful bright blue planet, with its vast oceans and lush rainforests and plains full of grass, and with jungles that stretched as far as the eye can see, is now a dull gray planet that is mostly covered in a mix of constant fallout, smog and industrial pollution. The sunlight which used to embrace the planet and give it rich sunlight for the planets to flourish, now struggles to make it to the ground. Even the highest peaks cannot hide from the dark lingering death that softly blankets the entire planet. With every continent fully industrialized, the only room left to build to provide room is either up into the sky, or underground. With buildings reaching as high as the highest peak on the planet Mount Everest, and down into the earth as down as 1 mile. There is no more room for more population, and with every country fighting for the last remaining resources, the world has become one giant battleground. Only a few major cities still stand with the right defenses for security against outside revolutions trying to overtake them. The largest city intra-RDA Sector 12, which has hoarded the last of the world's last natural resources, spans about 1,000 miles and is populated by the world's largest working people. Basically the last city where people work for a living, and it not in a revolutionary-like status that changes powers every other month as the rest of the world. With so many years of virtually no sunlight, the planet is on the verge of having virtually zero vegetation. Once thick forests and jungles, are now nothing but dead gray rotted bark or polluted marshes of gray lifeless mud. With so many wars over the last few decades, the Earth can no longer sustain life in its current state. All current forms of plants and animals are born within man-made ecodomes, and only the rich and well-connected live inside the big cities. The once generous loving Mother of the Earth, can no longer give to the residents that live on her. The current truthless residences that live on the Earth, have killed their generous loving mother. The Earth is dead. The corporate giant RDA, that funded the entire Pandora mining program along with the paid military, is under duress from all the investors. They have a monumental meeting to discuss whether or not to go back to Pandora for the valuable and rare unobtainium metal. Meeting goes on for a long while and the decision becomes unanimous. They voted not to refund another mission out to Pandora as it would not be cost-effective. They covered up the fact that their hired security used brute force and killed thousands of the indigenous families to try to get their precious metal. RDA with all its wisdom simply broomed all the evidence and data and wiped everything clean as nothing had ever happened there in hopes of keeping the information from being leaked into the press, which would most definitely devastate their financial support publicly. Meanwhile Mary, the younger sister of Grace Augustine, is still teaching people about the Navi of Pandora on Earth at USC. As she's giving lecture about the vowels and syntax of the Navi language, 2 RDA agents rudely interrupt her in mid-lecture and say, "RDA agent, Mary Augustine, may we please have a moment of your time? We have some important private information to discuss with you." Irritated beyond all, and with the same type of firecracker short fuse that Grace had, she looks back to her class and says, "Mary, sorry class, I will be right back. Gotta deal with these clowns again." The class laughs as they walk out the class auditorium door and down the stairs and head outside. She stops with hands on hips and furiously says, "Mary, what in God's world could be so goddamn important that you two scoundrels interrupt my important lecture?" The 2 RDA agents seemed pretty scared knowing that this woman, without the knowledge of her sister being dead, is already on fire. They slowly and cautiously say, "RDA Agent 1, we have some bad news. You might want to sit down. It's about your sister Grace on the planet Pandora." Quickly and rudely interrupting them without them letting finish what they were going to say, she quickly replies with, "Mary, what did she do now? Did she beat up another important big cheese corporate monkey getting in the way of her work again?" RDA Agent 2, Grace died in an unfortunate APC accident few days ago. We are sorry for your loss. Mary stood emotionless at first, then seemed shocked to the core. She then bursts into tears when it finally hit her that her sister had died. The two RDA agents just stood there emotionless for a second, and then second agent hands her a RDA business card and says, "RDA Agent 2, if you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to contact us to set up an appointment. We are sorry for your loss, goodbye." Mary, in full of sorrow, just sits there and stares at the two agents walk away and wonders how they could be so robot-like. Mary is utterly disgusted with the sight of them and walks back into the building. The same two mindless robot-like RDA agents are on the way to tell the two brothers about the death of their younger sister, Trudy Chacon. They read up on the files about the two brothers and notice that they are both ex-company and they both left on bad terms, so telling them won't go lightly. Just goes to show what kind of company RDA is, heartless and completely emotionless when telling people their loved ones have passed on, and lying about it. Brothers Charles and Jose Chacon, who work for an interstellar loading dock company based out of San Pedro, California, are heading home from their usual 12-hour shifts. As their monorail train arrives to their apartment edifice, which is a 300-story add-on to the Staples Center in Los Angeles, they notice two RDA agents waiting for them at their entrance to their apartment in the 125th floor. The sight alone of the two RDA agents immediately triggers some hostile emotions from the two. Especially Charles. He does not like that company for a plethora of reasons, he says. "Charles, we want no part of it, and no, we don't want to join again, leave immediately." Jose, on the other hand, pays no attention to them and enters the apartment, grabs the phone and begins to order some pizza. As he's on the phone, he yells out to Charles, "Jose, just pepperoni or what, dude?" One of the agents speaks up and says, "RDA Agent 1, may we come in? We have bad news about your sister on the planet Pandora." Charles agrees and they both come. Without hesitation, the other agent says, "RDA Agent 2, we are terribly sorry to inform you too, but your sister Trudy Chacon was in an APC accident on Pandora, and she didn't make it." Charles and Jose both look at each other in disbelief, and Jose says rudely, "Jose, what do you mean accident? Accidents don't just happen, man. What exactly happened? What do the flight logs and system records show for the flight?" Since both Charles and Jose used to work with the same APC carriers for RDA as their sister Trudy, they know all the ins and outs of everything and how things work according to procedure. And from the looks of it, they want to know all the details on how something like this could have happened. Especially with it just being an accident. "RDA Agent 1, we are sorry, but all details and information are being held confidential on the basis that it was outside of normal operating jurisdiction. Sorry, but unfortunately we weren't given any detailed information regarding your sister's accident on Pandora." Emotional and angered beyond all, Charles just puts his two hands on the table and maintains his composure somewhat and says, "Charles, why doesn't it surprise me that RDA would pull some shit like this? Why? All the damn company cares about is money, plain and simple." Jose, angry, and sobbing, swiftly and forcefully grabs one of the agents, pushing him down on the couch as if he was going to punch him in the face, and says, "Jose, we need to know. It was Trudy, man. Our little sister." He puts his fists down and grabs a picture that was on the wall behind him and shows it to the agent with a huge tears coming down his face and says, "Jose, look at her. Take a good look at her. We need to know." He shows them a heartwarming picture of Trudy smiling happily to the camera while sitting inside one her APCs, giving a thumbs up. For the first time, one of the agents actually shows some sign of having something of a soul and heart and says, "RDA Agent 2, we truly are sorry for your loss, but honest to God we don't know what happened. They don't give us any information." Already fed up with the two agents, Charles ferociously says, "Charles, get out. Charles grabs the two agents and pushes them out the door with ease and slams the door shut. Charles just leans with his back to the door and just looks at Jose, and they both are in a state of shock. They just sit there for a few minutes and try to regroup themselves. Few minutes pass and they hear a door knock. Charles was not in the mood, so he opens the door angrily, and it's just the pizza delivery guy standing there innocently. So he quickly grabs the two pizzas, pays the guy and shuts the door, extremely agitated. Sets them down on the counter in the kitchen, and sits down on the couch for a second to take off his work boots. Meanwhile, Jose goes into the kitchen to grab some water and notices a red urgent signal flashing on his DTPC, data transmitting personal computer. So he puts on the headphones so his brother doesn't have to hear the local telemarketer spam, and he hits open. After about a minute of not paying attention, Charles notices Jose staring at the screen full of anger and sorrow and some tear-filled eyes that speak a million words. Charles, curious on what's going on, gets up and heads over there and says, "Charles, dude, what is it now?" Jose takes off his headphones, unplugs the headphone from the DTPC, turns the screen around and hits play. "Norm Spellman, I'm sending you this message on behalf of your sister Trudy Chacon. She died defending the Navi tribe here on the planet Pandora against RDA. She was part of the small group of people who helped the natives defend their home. She was my friend here, along with Dr. Grace Augustine, who also died while defending them. Don't believe anything what the company RDA tells you. She died protecting innocent people from a greedy corporation." For some reason it doesn't come to a shock to either of them. It was like they knew that something shady was going on with RDA and their usual case of lies and deceit. They both look at each other, shaking their heads, and Charles says very angrily, "Charles, I fucking knew it." Tasked with telling Amy the news about her brother Jake, RDA sends a very dense and shallow female agent. She's the typical standard issue robot-like monotoned RDA agent sent to give bad news. It's as if they breed these things, or maybe even cloned them. Amy, a waitress for Todd's, a local diner in Tucson, Arizona, is interrupted in the middle of taking an order from a customer by the RDA agent. Extremely shocked from the RDA agent rudely interrupting her, she simply motions to the agent to wait 1 minute. As if nothing even registered to this agent, she interrupts again by saying, "RDA female agent, Amy Sully, I have some bad news about your brother. May I please have a moment of your time in private?" Amy's emotion goes from being insanely annoyed to instantly concerned and scared, almost horrified. So she quickly finishes taking the order on the remote order pad, and walks over toward where the RDA agent is waiting, takes off her apron and says with extreme agitation, "Amy, okay, what is it?" RDA female agent, "Few days ago your brother Jake Sully was in an accident on an APC on the planet Pandora. He didn't make it. I'm very sorry for your loss, it is very unfortunate. If you have any questions or concerns, here is my card, feel free to set up an appointment." It's as if the agent had no life, no emotion while telling someone that a family member had just passed away. She pats Amy on the shoulder, and walks out of the diner. Stuck there in a shocked state, the manager, Todd Hodgins, notices Amy just sort of standing there, staring blankly at a coffee cup. He says, "Todd Hodgins, Amy, hello? What are you doing, hello?" Todd, confused out of his mind on what's going on with her. He taps her on the shoulder and in flash of an eye she breaks out into tears and hugs Todd. Todd, not knowing what's going on with Amy, seems really concerned and passionate. He asks, "Todd Hodgins, what did the RDA lady tell you? Is it about your brother Jake?" Todd knew the entire Sully family pretty well. They used to come there to his diner all the time as children, and Todd was sorta like a dad to them. Todd already knew it had to have been about her brother at his point. Especially knowing that she was extremely angry at Jack joining the Marines, and with the not-too-recent loss of their other brother Thomas. Amy crying and slightly unable to talk smoothly from crying, she says. Amy, Jake's dead. Todd, who's gone. She said he was in some accident and died few days ago. Todd, without any words known to man that he could possibly say that would comfort her, simply gives her a warm loving hug. She looks up at him heavy in tears and says, Amy, the worst part about it is, I was so pissed off at him that I wouldn't even talk to him because he really needed the money. He kept trying to talk to me to make things right, and now has gone. Todd, at a loss for words, gently and warmly says. Todd Hodgins, I'm so sorry Amy, I really am. Jake was a good guy, we will all truly miss him. And if you need anything, and I mean anything, you let me know. And Amy, you've had a very long day, you need to go home Amy, please. Amy, I don't have any family left here. Todd. Now I am alone in this dying dreadful world. I need to get out of here, I'm going home. While leaving her work, Amy receives a message on her phone that reads urgent, but chooses to ignore it. While on the way home, she picks up some milk at the local drive-through Quickie Mart and notices the phone still showing the message urgent. After all the guilt she feels, nothing else matters and she no longer cares about anything or anyone and feels very suicidal. She finally gets to her home, which is a small house that was left by her parents when they passed away and was given to them. Emotionally drained to the core, she sits down on the worn-down couch and receives a very royal warm welcome by her dog Kibbles, a well-trained German Shepherd. The dog senses that Amy is in emotional distress and lays his head down on her lap and begins to whimper a little. She looks down at him and notices him looking at her with sad puppy dog eyes, so she starts to hug him and begins to cry very heavily again, especially since it was Jake's dog, and says, Amy, Jake's gone, who's gone? She sits back and just stares blankly at the ceiling for a moment. And from the corner of her eye she can see the red urgent message again on her phone, so she gets up, goes to her DTPC and opens the message, which is from Norm, and it says, Norm Spellman, Amy, I'm sending you this message on behalf of your brother Jake. Whatever you hear from the RDA officials or what you have seen on the news, it's all false. Jake, Grace Augustine, Trudy Chacon and myself chose to fight against the company which wanted to kill innocent people for some rare metal for money. The company failed to do so and were forced off the planet. Jake's doing absolutely fine here, he's alive and well. Do not believe whatever those RDA scum tell you, it's all a lie. In disbelief and in an emotional tornado of happiness and anger, she sits there pondering why the company would lie about Jake's death. She looks down at Kibbles and notices him looking up at her with his ears high up as if he heard the news and knows what's going on, and she says to him, Amy, why would they want to lie about him like that? Why? She rewinds the message and writes down the other names that Norm mentioned. She grabs her cell phone, and begins dialing. Back at the home tree, while Jake and Neytiri are out and while Norm is at the old RDA base camp, Max continuously teaches the little girl more and more English. The young Navi youth learn exponentially faster than humans at the same age. From working with the avatar bodies, he knows that scientifically the Navi brain has more active synaptic impulses to that of the human brain, thus more information is being stored and processed 100x faster. This child who barely knew anything about the English language can somewhat understand what Max is saying after only a few days of learning. As Max was helping the people move some debris from within the tree, the little girl approaches him and says slowly, Siren Lou, how are you, Max? Surprised and astonished on how fast they actually do learn, Max neatly stacks the debris among the rest of the stack and says, smiling, Max, good. You are learning fast, Siren Lou. Off in the distance you can hear her parents call for her, and she turns around with an annoyed look on her face and says, Siren Lou, I go now. And as she runs off back to her parents, He sits down and thinks about his daughter and wife, who both died in a monorail accident about 7 years ago. He can't help thinking how much the Navy girl reminds him so much of his daughter Siren, which eerily enough have very similar names. He just sits back against a log and pulls out a picture of them and just stares at them. He sits and daydreams about when he would pick up her daughter from school and how she would come out running out to him with hugs of joy. What he doesn't know is that Maat sees him there staring at the picture, and the look on his face is evidence enough that it's his family he's looking at. She understands and knows he's alone here with no family, and she feels sadness, but also happiness for Max, for who and what he is, and what he has in his heart. Trying to hold back his emotion of sadness from looking at the picture, he puts it back into his wallet and heads back into the tree to continue working. Chapter 6. Death from Above. As Jake and Neytiri arrive back to their home tree, they don't have a chance to talk to Maat about what they saw at the leader's sacred ground. As they get off their acorns, and are walking to where Maat is, they see a messenger of the horse clan of the plains approaching on a dire horse. Two Omaticaya warriors approach him and they walk with him towards Jake and Neytiri. The messenger, hungry, dehydrated and out of breath, requests speaking to Jake. Although Jake is the new leader of the clan, he respectfully gathers Neytiri, Maat, and Conlu for their assistance in this matter. Deeply concerned about the situation, Jack asks, "Jake: what's going on, messenger of the horse clan? Calm down and drink some water, and catch your breath." After chugging some water from a huge leaf of crystal clear water and taking some deep breaths to regain his composure, he stands up and says, "Messenger of the horse clan, one of the children of Akwi, our leader, was taken or killed, and we have no clue who or what it was. The daughter was there when the boy was taken. All that she remembered was that it was dark, and with bright red eyes. Do you think it could have been one of the sky people retaliating with one of their machines?" Jake and Neytiri both simultaneously look at each other with concern, and before he jumps to any conclusions on what they previously saw at the sacred ground, he says, "Jake, all sky people have been sent back to their world. Maybe another clan hunter on Erikron?" Maat seemed rather scared by the way the messenger described the red eyes, as if she knew something. Neytiri catches Maat in a deep stare and says, "Neytiri, mother? What is it?" Maat snaps out of her deep stare and doesn't jump to conclusions about what she may know about this dark evil being with glowing red eyes, and says, "Maat, nothing, tired." Jake, also noticing Maat staring and senses she got spooked a little by what the messenger said. He says to the messenger reassuringly, "Jake, if we have any news about the son of Akwi, we will send a messenger to your village." Already caught up with breath and his water bag full, he hops back on his dire horse, and looks at Jack and says, "Messenger of the horse clan, I must ride to the Akron people of the eastern seas and send message to them now. Goodbye, Omaticaya." Sensing something bad is coming, or something terribly evil is on its way, Jake look at Neytiri and says, "Jake, we need to tell your mother what we saw there, and what the lizard guy said." Neytiri nods at Jack and they both sit with Maat, who stares at the cooking fire and says, "Neytiri, mother, something destroyed the Iktenswakkultsanok, I don't know what did it." Maat snaps out of the deep stare into the fire and looks at Neytiri with full awareness and says, "Moat, what? Who would dare to do such a thing?" Thinking it would be easier to describe if Jake answered that question, he quickly replies, "Jake, one of the armor that was torn off the statues, had deep claw marks, but it wasn't Navi hands, or an animal. It had hands like mine." He puts his hand out to show 4 fingers and 1 thumb, so that Maat completely understood what Neytiri meant, but not knowing what did it. Moat slowly looks down at the fire with a sense of uncertainty and fear and just stares. Then Jake looks over at Neytiri and nods yes, as to tell her about the other thing they saw there. Neytiri says, "Neytiri, there is one more thing, mother, that we saw there." A Kulkulatkult was there at the sacred ground and told us that some ancient evil is coming. She looks at Neytiri, then looks over at Jake, puts her hand to her chin and begins to walk slowly around the fire staring into it with a deep thought. She looks up at Jack with a slight low tone of voice. Moat, they are forbidden here, why would they come into our land to give us warning of ancient evil? I must think. Moat slowly looks up at Neytiri with a concerned look, pauses for a second then looks back down at the fire. With hand to chin and thinking of what could have happened, he turns and looks at Moat who is staring in a deep trance-like daze at the fire. He knows from deep within that something is not right, something is going to happen, it's as if he can sense a danger is coming. With a sense of something unknown he immediately looks for Neytiri who is just sitting with Moat, walks up to her and grabs her hand and helps her up and says with a smile. Jake, time to eat. Neytiri turns around and holds out her hand out to Moat and says. Neytiri, come? Moat slowly and eerily looks up at her and says. Moat, no food. Jake doesn't want to scare Neytiri even more so he pulls her hand to move her. Neytiri turns around and looks up at Jack with a somewhat scared face and eyes of being in fear as well. As they walk towards the fire she says to Jack in a low monotone voice. Neytiri, something is not right with mother, she knows something. Walking to the fire pretending to not hear her, he grabs a plate that's like a very hardened round leaf with some pieces of what seems to be some type of meat and walks over with a big smile and hands it to Neytiri, and he sits down next to her and he says. Jake, she is thinking everything out, very smart and wise women do that. Give her some time and when she's ready to tell us what she's thinking she will. Not understanding completely what Jack meant, she says quickly. Neytiri, not like mother, usually she tells quick. I'm concerned. Although she doesn't understand what Moat is doing, he on the other hand does. He says to her in a reassuring manner. Jake, all mothers are the same, my mother would do the same when it would come to protect her children. She wants to think of everything beforehand to make sure everything is right. Neytiri looks at Jake as she finally understood what Jake was meaning, then looks over at Moat who is still in a deep stare at the fire and says very subtle. Neytiri, I understand, but I do not like it. He sort of giggles at her and motions for her to finish eating. He grabs her plate, then her hand and kindly laughs at her trying to get her to eat. Finally she looks up at Jack and smile and looks down and finally begins to eat. She's not really used to having someone by her side caring for her, since it was always her looking out for her people. Now that she does have that soulmate, it brings her a warm connected feeling on the inside. Looking around he notices already the people making their way to the fire and remembers that the Omaticaya make it a habit to eat together like one giant rest of the village, not knowing what Jake, Neytiri and Moat know, are alive and well not knowing of the danger at hand. And are all eating and talking to each other around this cooking fire in the middle. Some sing, other chant along with the singing. It's a time of togetherness, the sense of a family. Norm seems to have also got into the business of teaching more Navi the English language during this time of supper and they seem to be learning quite fast. Although Norm and Max have been accepted into the clan, their existence there is quite a difficult one. Wearing the mask to breathe is a big concern since they have to take it off to eat on a daily basis. Jake notices this and feels quite sorry for them so he gets up and walks over to where they are and sits next to him and says. Jake, hey guys, how are you guys holding up? How long do those masks last anyways? Are there more of those masks back at the old base camp? Norm smiles and nods while chowing down on some fish that he loves to eat and speaks with an almost near full mouth. Norm, we've got enough masks here and at the base camp to last us about 1,000 lifetimes haha. I've also been tinkering with some of the air filters and it seems that I can take in more of the natural air, it's like my lungs are adapting slowly, it's kinda neat. Also, I sent out messages to the siblings of Grace and Trudy, Hopefully they get the messages. Not sure how much juice the mainframe has, it was flickering a bit when I sent the messages. Smiling and quite impressed with Norm, Jake wonders why he didn't say anything about Max's family and curiously says to Norm while looking at Max, "Jake, what about Max's family?" Norm seemed to be very careful about mentioning Max's family around him, so Max just comes out and says it. "Max, my wife and daughter died a few years back, and I was an orphan child going through the system for most part of my life. When I joined RDA I was 18 and few years into that is where I met my wife, and we had a daughter which we named Siren. They died in a monorail accident in New York as they were coming home from a play for my daughter. So yay, that was all the family I've ever had before until now. I actually feel at peace here thanks to you, Jake." Feeling happy and sad at the same time, Jake says to Max, "Jake, I'm glad you feel at home here. These people are good people. They don't have any other care in the world other than family and life." Max smiling of the truth that Jack says, he begins to laugh a little and says, "Max, although wearing these masks all the time does get irritating sometimes." Acknowledge the memory of having to wear the mask around, Jake jokingly responds. "Jake, yay, that's the last thing I want to see, is finding you guys gasping for air like a fish and me not being able to help you. Then I would have to feed you to the fish, and boy do they love sky people for food." Max stands up and holds his stomach as you can hear the intestines rumble and he says in a panic, "Max, oh man, I got to go to the bathroom guys, I shall return." Norm and Jake laughing as they know that the Navi food takes some time to get used to for the human body. Jake says while laughing hysterically, "Jake, watch out for Bigfoot." Max while running turns around and flips off Jake while laughing himself heads off into the night forest to take care of nature that so quickly called. Both now laughing with each other eating, everything seems to be rather falling into place with life. Jake walks back to where Neytiri is and sits next to her. Norm can't seem to get enough of the fish and heads back to the cooking fire to grab some more. Some of the people notice Norm and begin to laugh a little knowing what's going to happen later on after he's done eating. Norm simply just laughs along with them and sits with them and begins to eat. Max as he was finishing up going to the bathroom, he notices something fly above him towards the village. Unable to see what it was, he gets scared and slowly and quietly makes his way through the forest back towards the village. He can see something land in the distance but still unable to see what, or who it was. It looked like an ordinary acorn because of the wings, but he takes no chance and remains walking quietly closer. Then he hears a girl scream, a very familiar girl scream, the scream of Siren Lou from a distance in front of him. Then he hears the sound of something much more scary, the sound of like a screeching devil. Everyone heard the girl scream along with the deathly terrifying scream, something that immediately silences the entire clan in an instant. Everyone gets up all wide-eyed and in a panic. Jake runs over to Neytiri and grabs her hand to help her up and they run off to where they heard the screams. All the warriors led Conlu rush to where the scream came from. Neytiri looks for her mother and sees her in a deep fear and tells her mother to stay there while she goes with Jake to investigate where the scream came from. When they arrive to the source of the scream, what they see will forever be imprinted in their souls. In the shadows of the moonlight from under a tree, a figure moves with red gleaming eyes over a dead body of one of the dire horses, and with a little girl in its grasp. It stands up and moves out of the shadow and into the clear bright moonlight, and it's apparent now what it is. Jake's eyes open wide on the horror of seeing something so sinister, points at it and says, "Jake, what the hell is that?" At this time Maat arrives and sees this rather large being standing there with large wings and bright red eyes and is stunned to her soul. The being throws down the remaining limbs of the dire horse and lets out the most frightening roar that anyone has ever heard, with wings stretched out wide as if it was showing off. It stops and gazes down at the people with its evil glowing red eyes and points and says to them in their native tongue. Evil being, Fakengia Exstockfo, Speatus. These are not your lands to rule, they are ours, slaves. While still holding the little girl in its grasps, Max can clearly see what it is, and that it's apparent that the scream was that of Siren Lou. Quickly images of his daughter pop into mind, the warm smile and the laughter. He pulls out his knife, a decently sized double-edged knife that he used to help cut wood, and moves in closer to it through the bushes. And like a lion protecting his young, Max jumps out from behind, and with all his strength he sinks the entire blade into the back of the knee-like area of the creature. It lets out an agonizing screech of pain and drops the little girl. It quickly pulls out the knife and picks up Max. It looks at him for a second, roars out of anger and tosses Max against the tree like a rag doll, instantly killing him. Bleeding a good amount, the creature begins to flap its wings, flies up for and hovers for a few seconds, its eyes light up and says again. Evil being, Fakengia Exstockfo. These are not your lands to rule. Its wings begin to flap really fast, then it takes off and disappears into the dark night with an incredible amount of blinding speed. Siren Lou runs over to where Max is laying dead and is crying heavily, saying over and over in English. Siren Lou, Max, no. Jake and Neytiri run to where Max is and kneel down at the side of him, laying there motionless. Norm finally reaches them and says, Norm, oh no Max. At this point everyone is just standing there looking at each other wide-eyed and in a terrifying fear. Jake picks up Max's body and orders everyone to go back to the tree in a hurry and yells out for all the warriors to stand guard. Once back at the tree, everyone begins to ask what that was that they saw, and nobody has a clue on what it was. Except Ma'at, she knows something. She sits and stares at the campfire in a deep, terrified trance-like daze. Neytiri, already scared out of her mind, sees her mother once again in that same dark, mindless stare and sits next to her and knows she knows something. She asks, Neytiri, mother, what is it? You must know. Our people are scared, mother, please say. Neytiri, almost to the point of crying to her mother, she says. Neytiri, Sempulfu Pisa Yusanpeng Engiopxulfu? Did your father or grandfather ever tell any ancient stories of anything like this? The family of Siren Lou respectfully cover Max's body in some ritualistic fashion of bright bioluminescent leaves as a sign of respect and thanks. As the parents pray together and thank Max for saving their little girl, Siren Lou sits with her head down crying next to the body. Jake walks over to where they are and sits next to the little girl, puts his hand on the body and says, Jake, Muyats mutant. Understanding why Max did what he did, he turns and looks at the little girl who's crying over her lost friend and says, Jake, Ayang Muyats mutant. We will honor him tomorrow. Chapter 7. The Truth. Neytiri gets up quite agitated from sitting next to her mother, which is still in a deep-like trance staring at the campfire. Jake sees this and immediately senses and fears that she knows what they are and where they come from. The look on Ma'at's face is that of fear and a sense of more things to come in the not-too-distant future. She slowly gets up from her deep gaze, looks around at everyone and calls for everyone's attention to gather around the campfire. Neytiri and Jake look at each other in fear as if something was about to happen. Neytiri grabs Jack's hand and they sit next to Ma'at as she begins to talk. Ma'at, there is an ancient story of a battle here long ago about the people, our people, being slaves to the Plector Navis Puli. It is uncertain where they came from and how the people overcame their struggle with such evil. It was always just a myth, a legend, a story that you would tell kids, but now we know that it is true. I am certain it is them because one thing always remains the same from all the stories, legends and myths, those red glowing eyes. People begin to question the next move, or how do they fight back against something like that. The head of the warriors, the next to be leader or of the Omadikaya is Conlu. He asks, Conlu, how do we kill them? Its skin looked like rock made of feathers. The Plectorton avis puli are covered in multi-layered, very thick black feathers which are impenetrable with simple navy arrows. They are also twice the size of the navy and much faster and stronger, making the navy very easy prey for food. Ma'at, shaking her head in disbelief as to what they just saw, says, Ma'at, it is unclear, Conlu. No knowledge of such an accomplishment was passed down through the generations of people, and if it was lost with time. Nobody knows where they have been this entire time. I think they were in hibernation, and this battle with the Sky People and the disruption to Iwa must have awakened them. Jake looks at Ma'at with fear and uncertainty and begins to ponder on how to keep his people safe from such terror from the skies at night. Jake's natural marine instinct to gather as much information as possible on the enemy is quite apparent. He begins to question Ma'at of anyone else that might know about the Plectors and where they come from. He says, Jake, is there anyone else that knows the stories or myths about these creatures, or any other information that we can use? The more we know about our enemy, the easier it is to fight them. Ma'at at this point begins to cry deeply and begins to talk again. Ma'at, the only ones to my knowledge that could have known more about them was Idun, and who's dead now. And the only other elder than myself would be the High Priestess of the Four Winds clan. You must seek her out and see if she knows more information, Jake. You must hurry, I fear we have little time. With the people in such a panic and in an agonizing fear, Jake decides to stay with the people for the night, and to leave for the village of the Four Winds clan first thing at sunup. Neytiri and Ma'at reassure the people that everything is going to be okay and let them know what they are going to do tomorrow in the morning. The next morning, as Jake and Neytiri prepare a proper burial for their lost friend Max, the people dig out a hole exactly where he died, and that is where they will honor him. Much like all the deaths of the Na'vi, it's done with a little ceremony of flowers on the body in the hole. The honor was given to Sire in lieu of releasing a seed of the sacred tree into the grave where Max's body lies to rest. Another loss of a human that died to protect a Na'vi. They are becoming more and more aware that some of the Sky People are just like themselves, full of care and unselfishness. Before they begin to bury him, Norm places his mask on top along with the picture of him and his family in the window of the mask. And they begin to bury him as they sing a song for I Want to Take Him as one of their own. After the little ceremony, Jake and Neytiri have some matters to take care of. And the people are now a lot more cautious about where they go, and are more aware of their surroundings. With the new threat they saw, they are very much in fear in going out anywhere from out of the area of their hometry. Jake and Neytiri are ready for their trip to the Four Winds clan to find the priestess. As Jake is about to call down his acorn, Neytiri stops him and she says, Neytiri, it would be much wiser to use our palace and use the forest for cover, Jake. Flying on acorn in the open sky is not safe right now. Jake looks up at the bright blue clear sky and nods and says, Jake, good idea, let's do that. And they make haste through the thick rainforest for some safety of the thick overhead treetops. And they use the shoreline below the cliffs for some added cover in hope of not being detected by the flying Plectors. As they are riding on the shoreline, Jake notices once again beauty of their oceans, the bluish-green tint of the ocean water. And how fierce and massive the waves are, makes North Shore of Hawaii look like a ripple of water in a cup. Passing the shoreline and into more heavy rainforest, ride almost takes up an entire day, but worth the wait of riding versus the risk of flying. When they arrive there it's nearly midnight and they are in for a shock. The entire village is destroyed, bodies half-eaten everywhere, huts burned down, a kid crying over their dead mother. In total disbelief, Neytiri begins to cry as she comforts the little boy huddling over her dead mother. She grabs the boy and says, Neytiri, Ma'i, Ashanyunga. It's okay, I'm here to protect you. Jake heads over to where the leader's hut is and looks inside and finds the High Priestess barely still alive with a leg half-eaten. Jake calls over Neytiri to help with the wounded priestess and says, "Jake, ra so pufrebi beef bomb. Don't worry, everything is going to be okay." Neytiri bandages her up the best she could with some healing leaves of the forest, and Jake gently carries her and puts her on Neytiri's dire horse. Jake picks up the boy and puts him on his dire horse, and they head off back to the Omaticaya tree. Although this time, now that it's night time, the ride back isn't so easy. Every single sound is a frightening one, and the ride back will be full of agonizing terror. The poor boy holds onto Jack for his dear life, trembling, and is frightened to death of being in the forest at night, knowing what's now out there. Even an innocent small glowing frog that jumps out across their path frightens everyone. They are on edge, and extremely jumpy to every sight and sound that the forest has to offer. What was once a peaceful place seems freakishly scary now. Neytiri checks on the priestess, which still alive but unconscious, as they make their way through the glowing shadowy darkness of the forest. Upon arriving back to the tree, Conlu approaches Jake and Neytiri and informs them that other messengers from 5 other clans arrived here in distress about being attacked by these evil dark plectors. They all agree that something needs to be done about them. In the meantime, they make the High Priestess, which is now awake, as comfortable as they can. And Ma'at sits with her and begins to question the elderly lady about the new evil while Jake and Neytiri listen in. High Priestess, it's an ancient myth, about a legendary battle that took place here thousands of years ago. We were once slaves to them once, and we fought back against them and won our freedom. Nothing was ever said on how they killed them, or how they won the battle. That knowledge seemed to have been forgotten and was lost in time. The only thing that I know is that they think they come from Whisper Mountain, the summit, a cave which is supposedly their home. As she mentions Whisper Mountain, she points at the mountain in the background that has the mysterious soft blue mist at the base of the mountain. At this time, the old lady falls unconscious again from all the fatigue and pain she endured. Neytiri, with a deep fear in her eyes, looks at Jack and says in a crying tone, "Neytiri, what are we going to do against those things, Jake? We don't know how to kill them. I'm scared for our people." Jake comforts her and ponders on how they can kill them. Norm, while hiding in the berry bush behind him, had also listened to the old lady talk about the plectors. He comes out from behind the bush to talk to Jack and Neytiri. Seeing him come out of the bush was no surprise for some reason. They seemed glad for someone to come out and speak up. Norm says, "Norm, Jake, I can go check back at the old base camp to see if there is any weapons still there that we can use against those damn things. There has got to be something there still. I'm sure they left something behind." Conlu, the other fearless warrior of the Omaticaya, stands up to speak and says to Norm, "Conlu, I'll go with you, Norm. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, and I know these lands very well. I'll guide us through a safe and fast route to the Sky People camp." Jake, "Okay, meanwhile I'll put all the warriors here on high alert and we will wait for your return. Wait until morning at sunup to go. It's much too dangerous to go out at night." When it comes time for the people to sleep, they are all simply too frightened to close their eyes to sleep. Most simply just lay there with their eyes open, looking around at everything. Even Jack and Neytiri have a hard time getting some sleep, mainly Jake since he has his own personal sleeping issues. Norm, on the other hand, seems to be sleeping like a baby. After all, he basically is sleeping on a bed-like cot that is made for the Navi's kids. After a few hours of a calm and usually normal night, most do end up getting some rest for the entire duration of the night. Even Jack has managed to fall asleep cuddled up like a baby, with Neytiri sleeping in their nest-like bed. As morning quickly came, Norm and Conlu are the first ones up and gather a few things before they head off down the trail towards the old base. RDA base move from tree to tree and bush to bush like trained ninjas through the forest. Not knowing where the evil creatures are, they take no chances and move silently through the forest unheard. Their only problem comes when they have to cross the river, which Conlu can run across easily but Norm would have to swim slowly. Conlu looks over at Norm and crouches down on one knee and says, "Conlu, get on like baby, I carry you fast across." Norm, extremely hesitant to climb aboard Conlu's back, says jokingly, "Norm, don't tell Jake, he'll laugh." With Norm holding on to Conlu, he runs through the water fairly fast to the other side. And quickly Norm jumps off and they continue their way towards the camp. Seeing the Sky People base camp again, Conlu does not want to enter the buildings since he's too tall, but Norm insists that it's not safe outside, so they both go in. While inside and walking around, Conlu keeps bumping his head on everything and is getting very agitated. Norm keeps telling him to watch out, but doesn't seem to help much. The Na'vi are just simply much taller than humans. While looking around the building, Conlu comes across a set of pictures on a bulletin-like board of Jake when he was a human on his wheelchair doing some wheelies for the scientists in the lab. He also looks at another picture of Jake wearing some shorts showing his really skinny atrophied legs, giving a thumbs up in the sink tube. Feeling sorry for Jake and being slightly confused, he says, "Conlu, is it true that Jack Sully's body was broken and couldn't walk?" Norm, now looking at Conlu, and notices that he sees a picture of Jake when he was a human in a wheelchair on the wall near his old locker. Conlu says to Norm, "Conlu, it is hard to imagine that someone so mighty and brave can come from something so broken and weak. His heart was waiting to be born again, and I'm glad that I chose him to lead our people." Norm, "Yay, it shocked us all how someone can change everything like he did. He's a true warrior in spirit, he's a good guy." Moving into the old armory room was a big relief for Conlu. No more squatting and ducking every few seconds. This room is like a huge hangar and he can move normally about. Norm notices a weapons crate under some blankets behind one of the loading bays. Removes the blanket and opens the crate, and there are 3 ZR-520s weapons with some ammo magazines inside. There aren't the typical standard-issued marine weapons. These are the ones used to take down the AMP meshes and some of the smaller flying machines. Although pretty large in size, they are very lightweight, and he begins to load them up with the remaining ammo and says, "Norm, these weapons should do some good damage to them. Let's go to the other storage room, maybe other stuff there." Walking back through the normal area to get to the storage room while Norm finishes loading the remaining ammo into the last ZR-520, they notice a shadow fly quickly above the doorway over the building. Quickly they both run to look out the windows to the sky, but they don't see anything. Then they hear something big land off in the distance, then the roar of the ancient evil. They quickly move away from the window and go towards the middle of the room. Standing there stunned for a second, looking at the doorway waiting for it to come in, and Norm hands Conlu the second ZR-520 and quickly says, "Norm, when you see it, pull this down and it shoots hot fast arrows at your target. Put this against your shoulder, and pull the trigger. Remember, against shoulder, aim, pull trigger. Okay?" Norm gave Conlu the how to shoot a gun lesson 101 as fast and as easily as he could. Giving him the visual of putting the gun against his shoulder, aiming and pulling the trigger, Conlu grabs the gun and says, "Conlu, shoulder, aim, pull this thing, okay, I got it." It was silent for about 20-30 seconds of dead silence, then suddenly they hear something breaking down the wall from behind them. They could slightly see the evil Plector easily tearing down the metal wall trying to get to them. And sure enough, as the last pieces of the wall falls down, Norm yells out, "Norm, shoot shoot shoot." They both open fire on the beast, injuring it some, but with its size and strength, it flies away in a rage. It keeps hitting the building from different angles, tearing off pieces here and there, then suddenly it all stops and gets quiet. They look around frantically trying to find the beast, and then boom, through the front door it tried to get in, but with its large size, it gets stuck trying to reach to them. Conlu's warrior instinct kicks in, says, Conlu, kill kill kill. They open fire, full bore, hitting and penetrating the thick skin through the chest, making it bleed heavily. As it's trying to crawl back towards the opening that the back of it under their wings is not armored. Norm yells out to Conlu to aim there, and they easily kill it with the clear damage to the unarmored back. They approach the beast, which is no longer breathing, and are amazed on the sheer muscles and size of such monstrosity, and let alone the wings of a devil. Norm says, "Norm, oh man, those things are so damn strong. It took so many rounds to kill it. We are royally fucked if another one comes." Conlu quickly checks outside and around the buildings to see if there are any more of the plectors, but it looks all clear for now. Once back inside, he points to his weapon and says to Norm, "Conlu, I think my weapon is broken. It stopped shooting the hot fast arrows when we took down the beast." Norm grabs the gun and notices that it's out of ammo and immediately gets even more concerned. Norm says, "Norm, it's out of arrows. We need to keep looking for other weapons to use, come on." As Norm scrambles around to look for more ammo for their weapons, he fails to do so. He turns around with a desperate look on his face and says to Conlu, "Norm, we used about 200 rounds to bring down that damn thing down, and we have about 100 rounds left. There is no way that your weapons can penetrate their thick feathery hide from the front. The only way is if you guys manage to land some arrows on the non-armored areas of the back with your arrows tipped with that neurotoxin to poison it." Conlu, "Do not worry, all Omaticai have precision aim, we can take them down, I am sure of it." Chapter 8. The Call for Help. Norm finishes reloading the remaining ammo into one ZR520, and while still in full alert from just being attacked, he slowly and carefully looks through the windows and through the rubble of the wall that the beast took down. With the surrounding forestry back to its usually noises, sights and sounds, he feels somewhat safe. It's as if nature ceases to participate whenever those beasts shows up. While scurrying throughout the building, Norm is still very curious on why Jack was chosen and allowed into the village. He says, "Norm, when you first saw Jake, how did you feel?" Moving around carefully, trying to stumble and hit his head anymore, he puts his hand on a rafter and looks down at Norm and says honestly, "Conlu, we were going to kill him. Nobody liked the Sky people after what happened at the school." Then he looks down rather sadly, as to thinking he would have never had the chance to fight with one of the all-time legendary leaders, a Toryuk Mikto, if they would have killed Jack the first time they saw him. He looks up again at Norm and says, "Conlu, we didn't kill him because Neytiri said she saw a sign from Iwa, and Irikna and Ma'at decided to teach him our ways." Tsuri did not like Jake at all in the beginning, as he did not trust the Sky people. Then Jake became Toryuk Mikto and Tsuri finally see Jake and became brothers. Norm finally understanding what happened and why, and realizes that Jake his entire life living a false reality. He remembers Jake talking about having dreams of flying over a forest while in the hospital, and thinks he was having flashes of his soon-to-be real life as a Toryuk Mikto. Nodding and looking at Conlu, and while tapping his chest with his fist, he says, "Norm, Jake has what a lot of people don't, and that's heart. He fights for those who he cares about. He's a good person, and I am also glad to have helped fight along him." Still moving very clumsily within the compound, Conlu is getting pretty fed up with bumping his head into everything. He says to Norm in a very agitated voice, "Conlu, I will stand guard outside. I cannot stand any more inside this place." Already seeing this coming, Norm, without looking at him while looking through the cabinets, says, "Norm, okay, you do that, I'm almost done here." While still searching the complex for more weapons, ammo, explosives or anything useful that they can possibly use against the plectors, an idea suddenly hits Norm that he could still use the mainframe to send a message to the siblings of Grace, and Trudy and Jake to maybe send some friendly help. So he runs over to the mainframe and hopes there is enough juice left in her to pull up all their files, Get the numbers and plug them into the send request area, and record a video message. Successfully pulling up all the names, finding their numbers and entering in all the data, only part remaining is to record the video message. So he grabs the nearest digital camera, plugs it into the mainframe video out, and turns it on and hits record button and says rather quickly, "Norm, Mary, Charles and Jose, Amy, if you see this message, we are in danger here in Pandora and we might not survive." Apparently the battle between the paid military of RDA and the Na'vi awakened some huge ugly evil creatures and they are attacking all the villages and they are very hard to kill. The Navy weapons are very ineffective. Not sure how long we will survive here, but if you could send some help, anything at all, it would be much appreciated. Norm out. He hits stop recording, hits the save button, and it flashes in green saved, and all that's left is for him to hit the send button. Praying it's got the juice to send it to everyone, he closes his eyes, pushes the send button, and says, "Norm, come on, work, work." Scared to open his eyes, he slowly opens them, he looks down and notices in bright green message sent. Happy with the outcome, he lets out a victorious while spinning fist pump. Norm, yes. Meanwhile Conlu is just standing there looking at Norm in a slight confusing manner while he was recording and sending the message. Conlu confusingly says, "Conlu, who are you talking to? The piece of gear?" Norm begins to laugh a little and understands that Conlu doesn't really understand their technology. He says jokingly, "Norm, I sent a message to some friends. Hopefully they can get some for us in time." Without the slightest clue on what Norm was talking about, Conlu says, "Conlu, who did you send message to? I don't see other people there." Laughing a little, Norm points to the door and motions that it's time to check the last remaining building in the compound and says, "Norm, one more building, then we need to get out of here before it gets dark, come on." They head off to one of the supply buildings out towards the rear of the complex that looks like it has gone through about 10 wars, slightly burned, with big holes everywhere, broken glass and knocked down doors. As they pass by some big walls, they come across an opening and off in the distance down the mountain they notice the old school where Grace used to teach the kids English among other things. Conlu seems pretty touched by the sight since he went there to learn the language with Neytiri and her sister Silwanan many years ago. Him and Norm simply just gaze at it for a second while walking and Conlu says, "Conlu, so many memories happened at that school. Good and bad. Last memory is Silwanan dying there and Neytiri very upset and angry. Don't understand sky people ways, why some are good, and some bad." Completely understanding what he's saying, Norm doesn't understand the human nature either, he says rather confusingly himself. "Norm, I don't know myself, that has been a mystery for as long as we have been in existence. On our world, people go to war and kill millions of people. It always happen, and will always happen as long as there are people there. There are some good people too, just more rare nowadays. And here we are." They arrive to the supply building and much like the other buildings, empty with nothing but vacant storage bins and some broken chairs and glass tossed around everywhere. Rather than going inside with Norm, Conlu smartly stays outside. The constant banging of his head on virtually every ceiling has taken an toll and he would rather be on watch outside than inside cramped up. With a full and thorough sweep of the area, it's quite clear there is nothing there that is useful to them. Norm looks up and notices they have a few hours left of sunlight and says, "Norm, it's still light out outside. I don't think they move around during the day. I think it's time to get back to the village before it gets dark. Let's go." As they start walking back, wondering what it's like on the planet where Norm and the rest of the sky people come from, Conlu curiously asks Norm, "Conlu, what was it like back on your world of sky people?" He doesn't even know where to start with that question. The amount of terrible things back on Earth just piles up and equates to only one thing: Death. Shaking his head out of disgust, he says. Norm, it's all dead there, no trees, no plants. It's all just gone. All this you see here, there is none of that back on the place I came from. No animals running around free, no birds, no clean rivers, it's all simply dead. Sort of confused on what Norm means by dead, he asks. Conlu, why would the Sky people do that to your own home? Norm begins to laugh a little, knowing that there are so many corrupt and greedy people back on Earth. He says. Norm, there are just a lot of bad people back on my planet. You saw some of them here, those were really bad. I was only with them because I had a chance to come out here, and look at this place, it's amazing here. I love it. Conlu looks around and imagines his home without all that Pandora currently has and just lets out a disgusted grunt of a noise and then says to Norm. Conlu, do you miss home of Sky people? He begins to laugh a little more on the thought of Earth compared to Pandora. Looks directly and sternly at Conlu and says. Norm, I would rather die defending this beautiful place than to live in my old world. It's quite clear to him that Norm does not like his old home and that he loves this place. Norm definitely gained some respect points from Conlu with that last line. Conlu looks forward, points and says with a purpose. Conlu, enough talk, let's go. Norm and Conlu make their way back to camp, carefully moving quietly, not trying to make any noise in fear of being noticed or spotted by the plectors. They have to take small periodic breaks because of Norm. The human body is not physically as superior to that of the Na'vi. With just Norm by himself, it was a 2-day trip, but with Conlu, it's going to be a 1-day run. Conlu doesn't seem to mind and completely understands, and it gives him time to scout up ahead to see if it's clear and whatnot. Once Norm catches his breath, they quickly start moving again back towards the village. After about a 5-mile run, which seemed like a 20-mile to run, who is panting and sweating profusely. He motions Conlu to give him a few minutes to rest up. Norm looks over to a tree that has cup-like leaves that hold clean water from the daily rain, but unfortunately he can't reach them. Conlu reaches up and bends the limb down for him so he can drink, and Conlu grabs his own. Norm quickly takes off his mask and begins to chug the refreshing water, and takes 2 deep breaths of the Pandoran air and puts his mask back on. To his surprise, what normally should be making him gag and cough, only left a slight burn on his lungs. And didn't leave a feeling of out of breath. He sits and wonders if it's possible that he may be getting used to the air. Being a scientist, he runs through every possible scenario in his head that could lead to why his lungs may be getting more accustomed to the air. With hand to chin, the only explanation would be that somehow the food, the environment, water, maybe be affecting his entire body biologically and chemically, maybe allowing him to adapt. He says to himself. Norm, this is where I need grace. After about a good solid 10-minute break, and with the water and its super full body revitalization feeling, Norm is ready to go again. He says to Conlu jokingly. Norm, what are you doing sitting down? Come on, let's go. Slightly aggravated, and he lets out a sigh and lumbers on, leading the way back through the forest. Arriving to their tree, they notice a lot more people, and more warriors standing guard with weapons on alert. Seems like more surviving members of other clans have made their way here for some safety and refuge. These plectors seem to be killing and feasting on the Na'vi without any remorse. Something has to be done, and soon. Jake notices that Norm and Conlu have safely returned back from the old Sky People camp, and also sees that they only came back with one ZR-520 weapon and says. Jake, only one gun? How much ammo is in that one? And were you able to send out a message? Norm, there was about 300 or so rounds in 3 guns, but we got attacked by one of those damn things and it almost tore down a building to get to us, and we used up about 200 rounds killing it. They are incredibly strong, and their feathery black armor is very thick and very strong. This ammo did do damage to it, But we also learn that the backs under the wings are not protected at all, and you should tell the others about the weak spot. I'm not sure if the actual messages get sent or not. There is no confirmation that they will even get the messages. Jake looking very concerned now, learning that even their weapons barely did any damage to the Plectors. Running out of time before something really bad happens, he says. Jake, we need to find out how they defeated these things long ago. Someone has to know something about it. We need to know, and fast, before it's too late. Neytiri, with some news, approaches Jake and Norm and to tell them that the old priestess is awake again, and speaking. They approach the old priestess, who looks much better now, her cut leg covered in the healing leaves. She notices that Jack is now there and she begins to speak. High Priestess, old lore about these things is that they had two leaders, one female and one male, and according to the legends, the female died in the rebellion. And because of that, for some reason, the male does not leave the cave. If I remember correctly, the last surviving leader's name was Lydraskonioya. Although the female's name was never mentioned in all the stories or myths. Nothing was ever said about where they came from, and why they hate the Navi people. That was always a myth story, but it's now clear that some of it is true. Chapter 9. Legendary Meeting. After speaking with the High Priestess about the Plectors, the Omaticaya all agree that there needs to be a meeting of all the clan leaders about this new threat to all of the people. Messengers were sent out to all the clans to inform them of the situation and about the meeting that's going to be held in a few days' time. That's, of course, if they live that long. Seems like every hour there are more and more injured stragglers coming in from other tribes talking about what has happened. And they all say the same thing, all dark flying demons with red bright eyes. With more frequent attacks, it's quite apparent that the people are frightened to death and are no longer going out and hunting for food. Many of them stay within the safety of the tree with their children, starving and praying in fear. Ma'at and Neytiri try to comfort their people, but they themselves feel their sorrow and fear. Jake and Neytiri bravely go out hunting for breakfast for their people. Most of the villagers are too scared to even think about leaving the tree now. Jake understands them, so he does what they must for their people to survive. Thankfully, they bring enough food for everyone to eat, and everything went smoothly back at the tree while they were out hunting. There was no signs of the Plectors anywhere, so people ate in safety for the time being. Around noon, Jake notices that Norm is nowhere to be seen. He looks around the village and is not there. Extremely concerned for his friend, he approaches Neytiri, who is helping and cleaning up a little girl. He says, "Jake, Neytiri, have you seen Norm? I can't seem to find him." Neytiri looks up to where she last saw Norm a while back and notices that he's no longer there. Looks back up at Jack with concern and says, "Neytiri, he was there not too long ago. I don't know where he went." Now extremely worried about Norm, especially since he really doesn't know the area, and above all, he's human that has to wear a mask to breathe on a daily basis. Wondering where he could have possibly gone, he notices some children by the cooking fire eating small pieces of fish. Walks over to the fire and sees that there isn't enough food for everyone and wonders if Norm had gone down to the river's dam to hunt for fish by himself. Jake says to Neytiri with the sound of urgency, "Jake, I think Norm might have gone down to the river's dam to hunt for some fish. I'm going to go check it out." Jake jumps on his dire horse and quickly makes his way down to the river dam, which is normally about a 5-minute ride for someone on a dire horse. As for a human walking though, it's about a good 20-minute walk. Sure enough, when he gets there he sees Norm trying to drag in these big fish which are about half his size onto some netting. Miraculously has managed to get about 3 decently sized fish onto the net without killing himself from all the heavy lifting. Norm sees Jack and says, "Norm, I could use a little help here." Shaking his head as he approaches Norm, Jake says, "Jake, what were you thinking coming out here all alone? It's not safe for you to be out here all alone. especially with those things flying around. It's as if Norm wasn't scared to be out there, but his motives were well in order. He tells Jake, "Norm, it's just as dangerous back at the village than it is here, plus there wasn't enough food to go around and those kids were hungry. I had to do something about it." Understanding Norm, and the passion to care for people, he gets off his dire horse and helps him drag in more fish onto the netting. Jake grabs one of the fish and looks at Norm while wiggling it and says, "Jake, you know you could have asked for some help, anyone would have came to help you." Norm, kinda laughing at that while trying to haul in another fish, says, "Norm, yay, I came to that conclusion that I should have asked for some help the moment I tried to pick one of those fat fishies up, haha." Jake looks over at the netting and notices that they got plenty of fish to last them for an entire day. He quickly ties up the net around all the fish and picks it up and ties it to the side of the dire horse. Jake looks at Norm up and down and starts to laugh a little and says, "Jake, next time you want me to carry one of those baby cribs that they wear on the backs for the kids for you to sit in and ride on? You can be like my baby riding on my back." Jake gets on the dire horse and gives Norm a hand to get on. And Norm, still laughing about what Jack said, says jokingly, "Norm, you know I could have disconnected you many times from the sync machine when you used to drive these avatars. I was tempted to." Both laughing as they ride off up the trail and quickly make it back to town. The people help with the fish and begin to start cutting them up to prepare for the cooking fire. Only takes about an hour or so before the fish are all nice and spiced up with the Navi's goods, and the starving begin to eat, and they all start to thank Jake for having the bravery to go out and get more food. Jake stands up and points to Norm, notions not to thank him, but to thank Norm. He happily says, "Jake, iriotanit tatut, ponrapanotataran pxaself pinganaviyom." Thank the little sky person, he was out there all alone hunting food for the Navi to eat. Shocked and amazed that someone so small could have so much courage. A lot of the stragglers that did come in were slightly uncomfortable with Norm being there, being most of them have never seen a sky person up close. Let alone they thought all of them were bad and were sent home. But very quickly they came to realize that not all of them were bad, and this one was chosen to stay for a reason, and they all thanked him. As the day passes on and comes to an end, leaders, chiefs from all the clans come riding in, each presenting themselves to Jake, their newfound hero, and applaud his actions. With the last leader finally arriving and presenting himself, Jake begins to tell them what's going on. He says, "Jake, sitsingvertep kipayang set, engzine ftang mifo. There are ancient demons among us, and we must stop them now." Even though they understand Jake, Conlu and Natiri both help Jake out in convincing all the leaders that something has to be done or they will die eventually. They eventually come to a conclusion and agree that they need to find a way to stop them. Many ideas are being thrown out, but the most probable and most ideal was what the old high priest said about the old stories, about sealing them in the cave. Many agree that idea was the most logical one, but there's still one problem. How would they seal the door down? Chats made of heavy rocks of mountain. Nobody really knows how they did that till this day, and to most of them it's still a big mystery. As all the leaders begin to debate and discuss other tactics and strategies with each other and argue about trying to find a solution on how they would go about defeating the enemy, the injured old high priestess, now with only one leg, uses Jack's bow as a cane to stand up. Everyone pauses in silence as they see this old lady use all her remaining strength to stand up to speak. Priestess. High priestess, the legend says that thousands of years ago, at a crucial time, much like now, full with remorse, sadness, and death, it took the courage of a few free slaves to free hundreds, maybe even thousands during the day to fight back against the evil plectors. We were slaves to them. This used to be their lands which they ruled, and they want it back, and if we don't fight back, it will return to how it was thousands of years ago. I am uncertain how they went about in sealing them in the cave, but imagine all those people on top of the cave, It could have caved it in, nobody knows for sure. Many of the leaders agree and want to go up there and want everyone to sit on top of the mountain like before. But few of the leaders are not sure if that's the correct way or if that will even work again. Jake begins to see some arguing and turmoil among the leaders, and so he steps up and begins to speak while Neytiri translates for him. "Jake, we need to first fly up there and check out the cave to see if something like that is even capable of happening again. I'll take my Akron and fly up there and scout it out. Let me get some information before we decided our course of action. My Akron is very fast and agile, I have confidence I can scout it out without being detected." While translating is really easy for Neytiri, she immediately looks at Jack in when he mentions the part about volunteering to go up there to check out the cave. She definitely did not see that coming, seeing as there are many more faster riders than Jake, but as to volunteering and being as fearless as Jake? None other. Many of the leaders admire the passion of Jack and are intrigued by such a burning fire of having no fear. Except Neytiri looks at Jake with the eyes of love and fear, and deep down doesn't want Jack to go in fear of losing him. She approaches him with her soft hand to his face and says, "Neytiri, I know you must do this for the people, but my love for you is saying don't go. But I know you have to do this, it's the right thing to do." Truly believing that we was born to fly, his confidence on the ability to control his Akron is impressive, he says. "Jake, don't worry, I'm like Maverick on my Akron, the Top Gun." Neytiri looks at Jack in a slight confusion, but immediately knows it's probably some old Sky People joke, and she just nods her head and smiles warmly at Jake. Since it was still dark, there was only a few hours left before sunup. Jake has to this as soon as possible to get the show on the road. People were dying, and action had to be taken immediately. Neytiri knows what's at stake, so she says, "Neytiri, just be safe and be swift like the wind." While Jake calls down his Akron, he tells Norm and Conlu to protect the people with the gun and that he would be back as soon as he could. Jake also tells the leaders to go back to their homes and to tend their families, and that they would send message of the news to come. Many are inspired by Jake and his courage and watch him fly off towards Whisper Mountain. As Jake leaves out of visual range of the village, Neytiri calls down Rimtsiel, her recently acquired new Akron, which means Yellow Wing, gets on, and flies towards the direction of which Jake went with the quickness. She had planned it all along that there was no way she was going to let him go out there alone, especially when he doesn't know the area one bit. Chapter 10. Whisper Mountain. As he now faces this gigantic monster called Whisper Mountain, he has absolutely no idea where he's going to begin to start looking for these evil creatures. He thinks to himself that it's his dumb grunt attitude going to places that he's going to later regret. He says to himself out loud, "Jake, great, what did you get yourself into now, Jake?" With the moons being behind him, as he's flying over a river, he notices a shadow from behind on the water, a silhouette of another Akron quickly closing ground on him. In a panic he quickly turns around to see what or who it is, and he hears a sound that immediately puts him at ease. It's the sound that Neytiri makes when she flies around on her Akron, sort of like her call sign for pilots. She catches up to him and flies steady next to him wing to wing and says, smiling, "Neytiri, you really think I was going to let you fly all the way up there alone? Like I said when we met the first time, you are like a baby making noise not knowing what to do. And I know this mountain very well, so follow me and I'll guide us through the safest routes." Jake's still in shock that she's here with him. He is somewhat relieved and happy she came and laughs and says, "Jake, okay, you're Maverick, lead the way." From a distance Whisper Mountain looks like a solid land mass of a mountain, but once you get closer, it's full of open rich rainforest and canyons, enormous boulder-like mountainsides. Neytiri yells out to Jake, "Neytiri, I know a fast route to where I think they come from. You must follow, close, and fast, Jake. It's dangerous route." They begin the journey by quickly following a river that's full of giant alligator-like creatures that snap at Jack and Neytiri as they fly overhead. They must remain at a low-level altitude to the ground since there is a lot of tree brush above them. The usual route is to fly above everything, but since they are trying to get there undetected, that is the only route that they can take. As they bob and weave over branches, alligators, they also have to worry about some aggressive fish that come flying out of the river at them like piranhas from the front. One hit from these decently sized fish from the front with their razor-sharp teeth and it's over. Quickly moving from the river, their next goal is to pass through some patches of huge bamboo trunks. And Neytiri wastes no time, she moves through them with pristine accuracy at a deadly speed. It's as if Neytiri keeps testing him and pushing him to see if he can keep up. But Jack displays his skills by keeping right behind her, keeping up no matter what obstacle they come across. It's as if he's trying to push for more obstacles to overcome. After all, he was sick of people telling him what he couldn't do. Once they pass the bamboo patch, they are in the clear and only remains is to pass through the strange glowing blue mist. Passing the strange mist was very odd, it had a warm feel to it and it felt like it was softly touching you. As they pass through the patch of mist, they begin to notice a lot of corpses of dead wildlife scattered about, half-eaten or just pure bones. These things are cannibals, no spirit, ruthless beings, much like the company RDA that had no sympathy on who or what they kill. The higher they get, the windier it becomes and harder it gets for the acorns to fly stable, and not to mention the heavy rainfall as well. As they pass through a lot of clouds, the rain dies down a bit to where they start seeing a trail of bones and flesh that leads to a ledge above where they are going, and Neytiri very quietly says, "Neytiri, quick, come this way." She leads them to an opening on the side of the mountain about a mile away to where they have plenty of space so that they can land the acorns. There they can land and then go on foot to see where exactly the cave entrance is. The place seemed pretty safe since there was no dead carcasses or bones lying anywhere near there. Plus there was a lot of cover from a big patch of rainforest behind them. Flying around the entrance would be much too dangerous, especially not knowing what those things are or what they are capable of doing in the sky. They carefully make their way silently through the rocks and mountainside, and from a distance they can see the opening, so they take cover on a huge rock covered with heavy vegetation. What they see is not a big surprise, nothing but carcasses, bones, flesh, blood. It's as if it was an open graveyard. Neytiri, disgusted to her soul, says quietly in anger, "Neytiri, fe fivertep, faki muia. These things are demons, they have no honor." Jake looks over at Neytiri and notices that she's very angry of what they are doing without them honoring their kills. It's not their way of life, the only way is the way through Iwa. Jake quietly says, "Jake, yay, these things are pretty bad." They see about 10 of those things feasting on the corpses like vultures on carcasses. Very quickly Jake notices on top of the cave there are some pretty big boulders that look like they could be brought down given enough force. He says to Neytiri, "Jake, look, at the top of the cave, those boulders look pretty weak. If we can somehow get those to fall, we could trap them in there." They sit there and watch for a few moments longer. Then just after a few seconds the much bigger looking leader walks out, slaps few of the smaller ones out of the way and grabs a piece of meat and walks back inside. Jake had already had enough of this place, says, "Jake, Neytiri, it's time to go. I don't like being out here, we don't know anything about them." As they were about to leave, the sun started to make its way up as it's now the beginning of morning. They notice them all look up at the sun, and then they all go into the cave. Neytiri and Jake both notice this, and Neytiri says, "Neytiri, ting na fe ra anot sot sok? Looks like they don't like the sun." Jake quickly nods and says, "Jake, looks like we're going to be attacking by daytime. Come on, let's get the hell out of here." They quickly and silently make their way back to where they left their acorns. When they arrive to where they left them, they quickly notice they are both gone. and no signs of anything, no bodies, no blood, just gone. Neytiri scared looks over Jake, and both are pretty scared and don't know what to do. A split second later they hear some rubble move on the mountainside above and behind them. And with a eerie spine-chilling sensation they both turn around and there is a plecter standing there just staring at them with its red gleaming eyes finishing off a piece of one of their acorns. It stands there and just stares at them as if he is toying with them, and instilling much fear into them. It spreads its enormous wings and begins to start flapping them, and flies down and lands about 100 feet from them. Jake and Neytiri, both in a heart-wrenching fear, slowly backpedal away from it, trying to make their way into some cover of the lush rainforest behind them. It slowly looks up, stares at them for a second, then puts one hand down on the ground, legs and wings rear back, eyes light up as if it's getting ready to charge at Jack and Neytiri. Lets out a very horrific roar and quickly you see a shadow over it from something flying above in the sky. It looks up and in comes Toryuk like a bat out of hell, roaring, and lands in between Jake and Neytiri and the plecter. Neytiri, feeling a sudden surge of excitement, she yells out, "Neytiri, it's Toryuk. Has come to protect you, Jake." Toryuk, as if Huz is protecting his young, lets out his fearless challenge-like battle roar with claws in ready stance. Both now are at a face-to-face standoff, roaring fiercely at each other, walking in a circle. Neither backing down or showing any signs of fear. Jake, seeing his bonded mate Toryuk standing in front of them facing the plecter without any fear, yells out to Toryuk, "Jake, it's time to dance." Like an attack guard dog taking orders from his master, Toryuk charges into the plecter without any hesitation or fear, as so does the plecter charges into Toryuk. The impact of the two charging each other with such massive size and sheer power, it sounds like a crackling thunderstorm on a silent night. Jake and Neytiri run into the forest for some safety from the battle of the behemoths. No sense in standing there watching when things could get ugly very quickly. They both watch the epic fight from the safety of a huge tree off to the side. Toryuk, which is about the same size as one of them, is biting, clawing, and is in a big wrestle with this plecter. It's an epic battle, Clash of the Titans type of a war, watching these two Goliath creatures fighting each other. You can clearly see the plecter biting Toryuk and clawing him as well as the fight continues. And it's very clear that Toryuk with his huge claws is also landing some pretty heavy hits to the back and chest. They are still both on the ground wrestling around, wings flapping around everywhere. The plecter lands a pretty nasty claw on Toryuk's neck, but doesn't inflict enough damage to bring down Toryuk. The plecter seemingly feels overmatched by Toryuk's raw strength and blazing speed, let alone getting clawed with those razor-sharp talons. It begins to sense defeat, so it starts to flap its wings rapidly to try to fly away and escape the viciously powerful Toryuk. It manages to get about 50 feet up off the ground, but Toryuk on the other hand senses victory, so he's not about to let this one get away that easily. Toryuk with his own powerful wings flies up like a rocket-like burst of acceleration, easily catches up to the plecter and lands a ruthless, devastating bite to its midsection, and almost bites it into two pieces. The roar of pain from the plecter is proof enough that it has clearly been defeated. Clearly not able to fly anymore, the plecter comes crashing down hard onto the ground, and Toryuk flies down for the kill, and lands the fatal bite to its head and crushes it cleanly into nothing. Toryuk, still full of rage from the fight, turns around and looks at Jake and lets out a mighty victory roar with wings stretched out to its full extent. Jake and Neytiri both acknowledge Toryuk's victory with their own battle roar, and Jake says to Neytiri, "Jake, and that's why he's the baddest cat in the sky." Jake walks over to Toryuk, who is breathing heavily, pats him on the head some, and as he slides his along the side of his neck to where he got clawed pretty good, and as he applies the bond and says, "Jake, Iriots Mugen Toryuk, Pxe Muyanga." "Thank you, brother Toryuk, I honor you." Jake looks over to Neytiri and motions it's time to go and says, "Jake, We need to leave now, it's not safe here. And I can feel Toruk's pain, we need to get back to the village and fast. They hop on Toruk and they fly back to the village. As they arrive back at their tree, only this time with Jake and Neytiri both riding on Toruk, is a symbol of courage and hope for everyone at the village. The name Toruk Mikto, let alone the sight, is enough to spark the Navi people with some zest. As they get off Toruk, many of the clan leaders looked confused and approach them and ask what happened with their other Igrans. Jake can understand everything they say but still uses Neytiri to translate. Jake, as we were about to leave from scouting the area of the Plectors, our Igrans were killed by one of them. Toruk came and fought and killed the Plector. He saved our lives. He is in some pain, he could use some help from our healers. The people scramble around to gather materials to begin the aid of the big cut on Toruk's neck. Like a true warrior that Toruk is, although in some pain from the healers poking around and putting some of the Navi medicine on the wound, he maintains his calm. Jake does not leave his side while Toruk's in some discomfort, and reassures him that he's going to be just fine. Neytiri sees this bond and admiration and says to Jake, "Neytiri, Janiga Toruk Makto Atiri. You are rider of Toruk for life." As much as Jake thinks he knows about how animals and being held captive and thinking that letting Toruk go fly free, it is not the same when you make a bond. To them the bond is their lives and they will die to defend their bond and mate. He now feels what Toruk feels and understands that he does not want to fly around free, he wants to fight and live with his bonded rider for life, Jake. Knowing that Neytiri had yet lost another Ikran, Jake can't help feel sorry for her. He fears that the pain might be too great for her to try to bond with another one. As if she was thinking the same thing as he was, she looks up at him and says, "Neytiri, I don't want to try to get another Ikran. Too much pain, can I just ride with you, my Jake?" In some of what a shock that she even asked if she could just ride with him, he says with a loving smile, "Jake, of course you can." Chapter 11. Plan in Motion. Jake gathers up all the messengers and tells them to ride out to all the clans and request for the leaders to come so they can discuss their actions. Some of the messengers are brave enough to take their Ikrans, and some use dire horses. Either way, they are going to have to wait for all of them to arrive. That's if they aren't already dead. Nighttime is the worst for everyone now. It used to be wonderful at night, but now, with those things out there, everyone is scared shitless. They closed off the side entrances to their tree so that there is only one way in case of an attack they can focus all attacks there and not all spread out. Jake assigns watches and gives that person the ZR520 with about 100 rounds left, since that's their best defense versus them for now. Fortunately, the night went unscathed, no attacks, and some people actually got some rest. Today is the day that the people determine their course of action versus those evil Plectors. And they are awaiting for the arrival of all the clan leaders to discuss their plans. The hardest part is to wait for all of the leaders to arrive, since not everyone is flying anymore. Traveling by dire horse takes a lot longer than usual. Some people are still in good spirits regardless of what is happening. Jake watches Norm play with some of the kids as though they were fighting with lightsabers. These kids are pure at heart, born without any knowledge of hatred, racism, all they know is what they are told. So it's no wonder these kids feel completely comfortable with this alien from another world. To them who's just another part of the Omaticaya that is there to help the people. Jake is amazed on how the people took in someone, an alien from another planet, in which the people he was associated with tried to kill them all, and these people took him in as their own. Jake thinks it's sad knowing that their people back on Earth would never do such a thing because their cup is already full. Walking around to see how things are going, Jake walks up into the tree to where most of the people sleep and sees some healers, the little girl Siren Lu and her father all in a bunched around someone that seems to be in some obvious pain. They see Jake enter and with much honor they wave him over to see and to his shock is witnessing a Na'vi woman give birth for the first time. It's very much like a human birth, except the young are a lot more calm. It's as if they are fully aware of things right at birth. The healer hands the newborn to the mother and says with a warm bright smile, "Healer, Tu Tien. It's a boy." The mother looks down at the boy with such happiness and smiles. The baby looks up at the mother with big wide-opened eyes and smiles back. She looks up at her mate and then looks down at her daughter Siren Lu and says, "Mother, Bahume and Sa Tu Tien? What should we name him?" They all look around at each other and at the same time they all say the same name. All, Max. Siren Lu begins to cry as she looks and smiles at her little brother that was given the name of her friend that died to save her life. Honoring a newborn with another person's name is regarded as one of the most grand honors to the Na'vi. Doesn't matter who, or where Max came from, to them his soul was pure and honorable, so they honor him by naming their newborn Max. Jake, feeling very proud that they honored Max, he smiles and congratulates them on their newborn. This boy may very well be the next leader of the Omaticaya someday. Barren out of honor, and in the presence of a legendary leader Toryuk Mito. By now it's close to noon and all the clan leaders have arrived. Some come on foot, some come on dire horses, some were brave enough to even to fly in their Ikrans. They all greet each other and sit down and begin to listen what Jack and Neytiri have to say about what they saw and what they know. And they tell them what would be their best course of action. Many like the idea of having some fly in there with heavy rocks and to throw the boulders at the same time at the cave entrance to see if that would cave it in. But many are also skeptical if that would cause enough force to do anything at all, which at that point they would be sitting ducks for them. Another idea that seems to be brewing up is to just march up there in brute force to try to kill them all. Heading up there in force would definitely be a suicide for them. Jake, who is still shaky with his translation, has Neytiri translate for him and decides to speak out above all. "Jake, we just can't go up there in brute force, they will see us coming from miles away and simply fly away. Our best chance is to drop rocks on the cave entrance to see if that caves it in. At least if that fails we have a chance to fly away for safety." Almost all the clan leaders agree with Jake. Jake also says, "Jake, we can also use fire to seal off the exit in case they try to escape. As we are sealing off the entrance, we can spill oils that catch fire near the entrance, making it very hot, and they will catch fire to get out. Does anyone have any other ideas or against that one?" They like the idea and all agree on it. The clan leaders send out workers to gather oils and heavy rocks that they can carry with Ikrans. Everyone begins to work diligently towards their plan. Some gather flammable oils, others gather rocks, leaves that will stick to the oil for a better burn. Even the kids are helping, gathering up anything they can to help, trying to do their part. Jake and Neytiri equip the Ikrans together with some bags that can hold some rocks but not too heavy to where it will hinder the performance of the Ikran during flight. They set a date for 2 days for the mission to Whisper Mountain. The 2 days notice gives everyone ample time to gather everything they need for it to be successful. They set it for early morning, right before sunup, right when they are supposed to be sleeping. Jake suddenly remembers something from when the first time he met Neytiri. He say to her, "Jake, remember the night we first met? When those dogs attacked me and all I had was the stick with the sticky stuff that I used to keep the fire burning. We should get a lot of that, it worked really well." Jake begins to laugh a little more as he remembers more of the first time they met. He says to Neytiri jokingly, "Jake, and you even whacked me over the head with your bow. That hurt, you know. I'm very delicate. I almost cried there, you hurt my feelings." Neytiri begins to laugh hysterically about that and she puts her hand on Jake's face gently and says, "Neytiri, I'm sorry for that, but you were a stranger at the time." Neytiri gives Jack a warm kiss. And they both laugh about it. Neytiri then tells some of the people to help gather some of the extract sap off a certain tree and to put it into flower vials. They are basically hardened flowers that have some sort of hard leaf tops that can open and close to pour things in and out of. If they can get enough of that gathered, that could make a wall of flame high and strong enough to be able to hold them back. He hopes so anyways. As the nighttime approaches, all the people begin to go inside the tree for cover, and the fear slowly begins to settle on everyone. Knowing that there is an ancient evil out there, is frightening for everyone, and the nighttime no longer becomes the time to watch the nocturnal beauty and sleep, it's now the time to pray for your life. Every sound, every peep, is a terrifying noise that gains much attention. Even the guards at the entrance are frightened to death, but they keep their calm and remain frosty. Jake walks around to all the guards to make sure everyone is at top of their game, and he says forcefully, "Jake, ion pxi ion yanganarif ka uratnerwatkskrrs. Stay sharp and keep your eyes peeled at all times." All the guards on watch acknowledge him, but he can easily see the fear in their eyes. It's blatantly obvious that all the guards are in fear, except for one, Conlu, who shows no fear, and Jake notices that and nods to him in acknowledgement. It's like Conlu is Jake 2.0 in the making, fearless, and he will do whatever is necessary to get the job done for his people. Jake keeps a close eye on Neytiri as well. Can't have his mate run off to do something brave and stupid. He thinks he's the only allowed to do that kind of thing. Since this planet has 2 moons, a night with 2 full moons means that it's very bright outside, and the moonlight plays tricks on your mind when you are scared shitless. It's as if they see shadows moving around, when there is clearly nothing there. A simple turtle-like creature moving through the forest slowly used to gain no attention, now it's treated as a life-and-death situation. This type of horror during the night is something the Na'vi is not used to. In a moment of dead eerie silence, they suddenly hear the dreadful sound of one of their ferocious roars, which echoes off into the distance. And everyone begins to look around in a panic and fear. The guards begin to scurry around like ants and watch the front. Few other guards now come to support the front as well. Jake is there too, with Neytiri and Conlu watching guard behind a big trunk for some protection. Jake says in a calm, steady voice, "Jake, Nariasi, Nealaxi. Careful now, be ready." Then, like a blinding light, one of them lands right in front of the door and immediately picks up one of the guards and just cuts through him and just shreds him into pieces like hot knife through butter. And those red glowing eyes glaring down on everyone with the mouth dripping of saliva as it was savoring its meal. It lets out another devil-like roar and people are running deeper into the tree, scared for their lives. Jake yells out, "Jake, ekot sneverdep. Attack the demon." The guards open up shooting arrows, but all they do is bounce off the heavy thick feather-like hide. Neytiri lets off a few arrows and notices that they don't penetrate their scaly feathers. It grabs another guard and tosses him at the trunk wall, tossing him around like a rag doll. Jake notices that the arrows are doing nothing more but to piss it off even more, so he quickly grabs the ZR520 and begins to light him up with about 50 rounds or so, that puts a hole quickly in the beast. It roars in pain, and with the ammo hitting the center of mass, landing fatal hits, it falls to the ground hard and dead. Jake says, "Jake, holy shit, that thing is huge." All the guards scurrying to the warrior that got thrown at the trunk, barely still alive, aiding him. And before they even have a chance to recover from the first one, another one lands right in front of them and swipes at Jack but misses. Jake wastes no time and immediately begins to unload the rounds from the ZR520 into it, but this one takes a few hits and flies away roaring like an evil banshee into the moonlit sky. As it was flying away, Jake kept shooting and landing some hits, but not enough bring it down, he says. "Jake, shit, I'm out of ammo. But I injured it good, where did it fly off to?" As they slowly look around outside of the entrance, Conlu sees it in the sky hovering and says, Conlu, Otsatsni Vertep meets Nata. I see the demon in the sky. Neytiri in a panic and without a clue on what to do against that thing says. Neytiri, what do we do now, Jake? They can see it flying above, hovering there, licking its wounds, trying to recover from the hits of Jack's weapon. It notices movement down below and stops licking its wounds, looks down, eyes open wide as if it's going in for another attack. Only this time they no longer have any defense against it since Jake used up the remaining ammo of the weapon, and now it's about to get nasty for the Omaticaya. All of a sudden they can hear a low mechanical-like hiss, and as they are looking up at the sky they can see that the plector turns around and lets out a roar to something it sees flying up ahead. Then, like a thunderstrike sound, streak of blue bright tracers completely obliterates the plector out of the sky into pieces. With the sound of the blast, everyone jumped back in terror to the sound. Jake gives a confused look at Neytiri and they slowly walk outside to see what it was that blew up the plector. Chapter 12. Blood is Bond. After seeing the plector get blown out of the sky, everyone comes out of the tree to see what it was that shot it down. It's some sleek-looking spaceship with the 3 big dreaded letters on the side, RDA, the company that tried to kill them all. Jake sees this and orders everyone to get back inside, except Neytiri and Conlu. They watch the craft land in a clearing few hundred yards away. Norm comes out as well and watches and says, "Norm, what do you think, Jake? Good or bad?" Not completely sure what to make of seeing the RDA craft coming in, but Norm is unsure because it did just kill a plector. Jake, well, they just screamed the devil out of the sky, so I'm guessing good? This ship is different, I've never seen anything like it. Watch yourselves. Jake has mixed emotions of how to treat the people when they come out, but he approaches the spacecraft with caution, with bows and arrows drawn. He tells everyone to hold their fire and to wait and see what happens when they come out. You can see the anger on Neytiri and Conlu as they have the utmost hate for the RDA people. They are seriously holding back because of Jake. As the craft's door opens up and the platform comes down, out steps 3 people, which are hard to see because of the light behind them. So all you see is a silhouettes of 2 men and 1 female. And as they get closer, it becomes quite apparent who they are. Norm says, "Norm, oh my god, you guys actually came." Norm runs over to them and greets them all and turns around and yells back to Jake. "Norm, it's okay, Jake, it's the siblings of Grace and Trudy, it's okay." Seeing as these new sky people are not a threat to the Navy, Jake tells the people, "Jake, Fate Tatutskanjia Khan, Fake Siltson. These sky people are not your enemy, they are your friends." What Jack says to the warriors and to the people brings them a huge sigh of relief. They looked very uneasy at the sight of more sky people machines, but seeing Jack and Neytiri calm and peaceful, everyone's mood changes for the good. Some still run back into the tree in fear of the newcomers. They were taking no chances on the sight of more sky people. Norm walks with them over to where Jack and Neytiri are and begins to introduce them all to them, but before Norm could start introducing them, Mary quickly goes to shake Jake's hand and says, "Mary, you must be Jake. Grace told me all about you and your passion for the Navy. You did a beautiful thing here for these people here on Pandora, Jake. It was heartwarming just hearing about it. Grace was really proud of you, she truly was." Jake shakes her hand and seems quite emotional since that is Grace's sister and says, "Jake, yes, your sister Grace taught me all about the Navy, and without her, none of this would have been possible. We owe her everything." Mary then begins to speak in the native Navy language to Neytiri about how Grace told her everything about her falling in love with Jake and how remarkable and passionate she was. Neytiri is quite impressed at the resemblance she has to Grace's passion for them and gives her a big hug. Trudy's 2 brothers are a little uneasy because this is the first time they have ever seen a Navy before and are quite uneasy. Charles is the more uncomfortable one. Jose on the other hand is quite a comedian and a big goofball. Norm walks up to them and is pleased to meet them and assures them it's okay and stands there with them. Jose says in a low voice, "Jose, dude, they look like stretched out Smurfs, man." Charles and Norm begin to laugh a little and Jake heard the comment as well. Jake walks up to them laughing at what Jose said and says, "Jake, don't be scared, I used to be human, and these people gave me another chance at a good life. And your sister, it was an honor fighting with her, she was a very courageous and caring young woman." Jose, yeah, we always knew our little sister had a big heart. Once we heard what really happened down here on Pandora, we were so proud of her. But dude, I just gotta ask, man, is that your woman over there? She's a hottie, dude. What do you call her, dude, Smurfette? Jake begins to laugh pretty good and nods and says, "Jake, yeah, she's definitely my Smurfette, but she's way more feisty, that's for sure." Then out of nowhere, Jake hears a voice that he thought he would never hear again in his lifetime. He turns around in shock as he looks towards the ship, and he sees another female silhouette figure standing there. As she gets closer, it becomes apparent that it's his little sister Amy. As she gets closer, Jake's eyes begins to tear up and says with a broken voice, "Jake, Amy? What are you doing here?" Amy gets closer and it's now visible and she can tell that the face is of that of Jax, and she begins to cry and says, "Amy, when they told me that you had died, I hated myself for not talking to you, for joining the military. And then when I got the message from Norm, I just couldn't pass up the chance to see you again. Charles and Jose gave me that chance again, they gave us all the chance to come here." Still in a bit of shock that his sister had come to one of the most hostile environments known to mankind to see him. Thinking that coming here from where he thought she had it going good for her, he says to her in a confused manner, "Jake, you shouldn't have come here, Amy, it's very dangerous here for humans, and besides you had everything going well back at home with the house and your fiancé. You had everything going for you back home." Still upset and happy that her brother is alive and well, she listens and shakes her head in a disagreeing manner to what Jake says to her. She looks up at him with a smile with big tears rolling down her cheeks and says, "Amy, no Jake, I didn't have anything back home. I left my fiancé a while back, he just wasn't the right one. And with Tommy gone, our parents gone, then when they told me you were gone, I had never felt so alone in my life. I had nothing back there, Jake. You are all I have left." Amy then gives Jake a big hug and looks him up and down at his avatar body and says curiously, "Amy, so where is the real you? How does it work?" Jake smiles and shakes his head as he knows it's a big long story for that conversion to take place, and right now is not the time to do so. He looks over to where Neytiri is and points and nods his head and walks Amy over to them and says, "Jake, Neytiri, this is my little sister Amy." Neytiri regards Amy as one of her sisters, part of the Omaticaya people, being as she is the brother of their leader. Neytiri honorably smiles and says, "Neytiri, greetings Amy." Amy can't help at the beauty of the Neytiri with all the colorful feathers in her hair, and the way the freckles glow in the night. She says, "Amy, you must be the one that takes care of my clumsy brother. You are so beautiful, Neytiri, glad to meet you." Jake looks around and says, "Jake, sorry to break up the party, but we should get back into the tree, it's not safe out here." When the newcomers enter the tree, they sit there in amazement on how big the tree is. Let alone Earth having any trees left alive, seeing one this enormous is jaw-dropping for them. They just stand there in awe, looking around at everything, all the glowing ferns, moss, bugs flying around with their bright bioluminescent wings. It's as if they were in a dream with the amount of detail that they were seeing. Jose, being the comedian that he is, he openly says out loud, "Jose, and I thought everything was bigger in Texas, this place takes the cake, man." Meanwhile Norm goes to the cooking fire to grab some of the fish to give to them, walks back and hands them each a leaf with a decently sized piece of fish meat and says, "Norm, you gotta try this stuff out, it's amazing." Jose wastes absolutely no time waiting for Norm to finish talking. He bites down on the fish and his eyes get real big with a huge smile and says with a full mouth, "Jose, tastes just like carne asada, dude. Oh man, this is good." Seeing as everyone seems to be somewhat in good spirits and not in a trembling fear, Jake walks over to them to ask them a few questions. He says, "Jake, how did you guys get here so fast? It took me nearly 6 years in cryo to get here. And that RDA ship, never seen anything like that before." Charles motions to Jack to wait 1 second. He has a mouthful of fish and needed to finish that off before speaking. Once able to speak, he says, "Charles: long story short, some science dude invented some breakthrough technology that allowed people to travel farther distances in a shorter amount of time. I'm not science buff, but it had to do something about skipping quadrants through time, or something like that, man, I don't know. And another thing is those cryo-leaners that you guys rode in on to get her. Go slow, dude, my grandma could fly a cruiser faster." Norm seemed pretty impressed that the three of them were able to get a ship with that technology so fast. Curious, he asks, "Norm, damn, with that new technology and by looking at your ship, that thing must have cost you guys a fortune." While still wolfing down some of the zesty fish meat, Jose laughs and shakes his head no, and says, "Jose, the price of that ship was that of the life of the top shareholder. I saved his ass one morning on one of my work shifts. He was out on one of my loading docks without any safety gear on, and man, we operate at good heights so it gets really windy. Sure enough, that guy gets too close to the legend, a huge gust of wind knocks him down the side, and there he was hanging on to dear life. Lucky for me I was on my route and saved him. Don't let those magazines or what you've heard on the news fool you. That guy is actually a very cool dude. He's just stuck in a very high position with the company." Charles then says right after, "Charles, so few days after we got the news about our sister, Amy called us and wanted to talk to us about what had happened, her and Mary. So we all got together and talked about what happened here on Pandora. And it was obvious that Amy was looking for a way to get here, and we figured that if our sister died to protect you people, we could honor her by doing the same if we figured out a way to get here." Norm's still kind of confused about some things, so he says, "Norm, so the guy just handed you over a new ship?" Jose quickly responds, "Jose, oh no. I went to the corporate office and asked to speak to him. That guy closed down a meeting, and granted me in just so I could speak to him. I think he knew why I was there too. So I told him that I knew everything about what had happened here, that the three of knew everything. I told him that he owned me one and that I knew about the new ships that came in. The dude started to cry because he had lost a sister and he knew kinda what I was feeling. So he agreed. He said I could take it. He said it was supposed to be for him, but he gave it to me. He did warn me though. He said that this flight to this planet would be a one-way deal because there is no refueling out here, not with the new fuel that it uses." Norm and Jake were shocked to hear that the main RDA guy actually has a heart and not some robot. Charles says, "Charles, so when we got together again, Jose told us the deal, that he had a way for us to get here, but it would be a one-way ticket. And it was pretty unanimous decision too. So here we are." Charles then begins to think about what they saw when they first got here. He looks up at Jack and says, "Charles, dude, what in God's name was that thing that was attacking you guys? We had a split decision to make, either kill it or be sorry later, begging for mercy. But right as we got closer we saw one dead on the ground, so I thought to myself, big bad, dark, red eyes, evil attacking good smurfs? Kill it. Plus we were already on fumes and needed to land. Thank God those ships track heat signatures so well. That's how we found you guys. The tree's heat from all you guys in here lit up from hundreds of miles out. As Norm hands them some cup-like leaves for some water to drink, he says, "Norm, that's why I sent those messages. Those damn things have been nothing but a nightmare for a few days now. They are very tough to kill even with the weapon we had, but we managed to kill a few of them, but we're out ammo now." Jake, wondering if they have any weapons on board their ship, he asks curiously, "Jake, what about your spaceship? Any weapons on that thing that we could use against those things?" Charles, shaking his head now in a slight disgust for not having anything useful, he says, "Charles, no, we didn't even realize anything like this was going on. It takes about 2 days just to even receive a signal from all the way out here. We had already left by the time we got the message. Otherwise I would have brought some weapons." The Omaticai mingle with the new visitors as Mary talks to everyone in their native language. Charles and Jose sit there wolfing down the zesty fish along with Norm. Jake walks over to Amy, who is sitting and checking out the inner workings of the tree. He holds out his hand and says, "Jake, come on sis, need to introduce you to one of the main people who helped me become who I am today." They head down towards the entrance of the building where Moat and Conlu are watching the front. Jake says to them, "Jake, Moat, Conlu, this is my sister Amy." Moat, who is very familiar with the Sky people's traditions of shaking hands as a sign of hello, she holds out her hand and shakes Amy's hand and says, "Moat, welcome Amy, sister of Jack Sully." For some strange reason Conlu is caught staring at Mary, who is talking with all the people. It's as if he is looking at the most beautiful thing that has ever seen. A King Kong looking at the blonde type of attraction. Jake, who notices him staring, taps him on the shoulder and says, "Jake, Conlu, this is my sister Amy." Being caught red-handed like a kid with his hand in the cookie jar, he blushes knowing they caught him staring at Mary. He says quickly, "Conlu, nice to meet you, Amy, sister of Jack Sully. Sorry, I was watching guard." Being quite obvious to what he was looking at, the three simply laugh a little at Conlu, who is in a very deep blush by now and very embarrassed. And not liking the embarrassment, especially in front of Toryukmito, he says with a shameful look, "Conlu, I go check outside of tree now." Moat, who is very intrigued by the humans who came, says to Amy, "Moat, you have come very far, Amy Sully, to see your brother." Knowing the feeling of thinking he lost Jake is a quick reminder to Amy of the importance of family. She waves with a warm smile while looking at Jake. "Amy, I had to come see him. He is all that I have left in this world." People begin to start heading up into the tree to go to sleep. Norm shows Charles and Jose a spot where they can sleep for the night and hands them each a moss blanket to sleep on. Mary, who already seems to be well taken care of by the people, is already sound asleep on her moss blanket. Jake and Amy stand there looking at everything around them, and Moat says to them, "Moat, I go to sleep now." Both nodding at her and watch her walk up the spiral. Jake walks Amy over to where the bright luminescent plant lights are, and they sit down on the sides. Neytiri, who is helping Mary and some of the other people go to sleep, walks down the spiral stair and sits next to Jack and puts her arm around his arm. Jake looks over at Neytiri and smiles and touches her arm as a sign of hello. Amy sits and looks around at everything and is in just a shock to how beautiful everything is, and looks over at Jack and says out of curiosity, "Amy, so how did you manage to keep your conscious in this body?" Not knowing the full details of how he actually passed through the Eye of Iwa and into his avatar, he says, "Jake, they have their goddess named Iwa. It's basically the living planet, heart and soul. They had to literally kill me in a sense. They gave me some of their poison so that my heart would stop and basically die. And where I was lying down while my heart slowly stopped beating, the roots, like little tentacles, covered my entire body, and I guess when I finally lost conscious I passed through the roots and Iwa guided my soul to this body." In a shock to how it happened, especially him allowing them to poison him, she says. Amy, did it hurt you at all? Any pain in all of that? Jake kinda giggles and says, smiling. Jake, it was the most peaceful time of my life. Everything was so calm when it was happening. I remember closing my eyes in my old human body, and when I woke up, it was like being born all over again. Normally when I would use the machine to control this body, it would feel like a dream that I was in control of. But when I woke up in this body for the first time without anything helping, it was a refreshing feeling, to see and feel the world as the real me. Although she can't help but think that what if he wouldn't have made it through, he would have been gone forever, she says. Amy, you could have died, Jake. What if you hadn't made it though to this body? Smiling again and looking at Neytiri, who is holding his arm, and he says, looking deep into her eyes. Jake, it was a chance that I was willing to take for someone. Laughing and shaking her head at what Jake said, and notices him looking at Neytiri, Amy says. Amy, you were always the brave one, no doubt about that. So, how did you two meet anyways? Jake begins to laugh a little on the question, and he looks at Neytiri and says. Jake, you know, I was just out walking along in the forest and she came along and hit me over the head with her bow because I stepped on some grass that was sacred. She was mean, all beating me up non-stop. Neytiri, in a shock to what he said, mouth open as to she couldn't believe what he was saying. Also still not completely good on judging when humans are joking about something or not. Neytiri, with a little fight in her eyes, whacks him over the head with her hand and says. Neytiri, not true. Amy begins to laugh hysterically of what Jake said, and then seeing Neytiri's reaction to it. Jake, on the other hand, like a puppy with his ears folding back in fear of Neytiri, he laughs and says. Jake, see, she's hitting me again. Always beating me up, this woman. Still laughing at the two, Amy hits Jake on the head too and begins to laugh even more. She says to Neytiri while laughing. Amy, it's okay to beat up on Jake, I used to do it all the time when we were kids. I give you permission to beat him up when he acts dumb, it's a sister's duty. Neytiri, realizing it was a joke, and begins to laugh at what Amy said. She completely understands the concept of the joke and hits Jake again on the head for good measure. Now Amy and Neytiri are both laughing at Jake. He just sits there and takes a beating from his sister, and his mate Neytiri, and there is nothing he can do about it but sit there like a beat-up puppy. Once they finally stopped laughing and hitting Jake on the head, Amy begins to yawn as she's pretty exhausted. Neytiri offers to show her where she could sleep for the night. Jake gets up and nods at the two as they walk up the spiral staircase, and then he walks towards the front to stand guard. There is about 10 total warriors on watch at all times. They don't want any of those things anywhere near the tree without them knowing. He assigns watches to the guards so some could get some rest. Chapter 13. Grace and Trudy Tree. Thankfully the night went unscathed and people actually got some rest for a change. The next morning the people are up bright and early, moving about diligently, working to prepare for the upcoming battle. Jake and Conlu walk around and make sure everyone is accounted for, and also check up to see how everything is going with the things they need for the plan to succeed. Once awake, Neytiri has something to show Mary and the two brothers. She is going to show them where they buried Grace and Trudy and where Iwa had displayed their soul and energy have gone to. So she gathers them all up and says, Neytiri, I have something very special to show you. We have honored your sister Grace, and your sister Trudy. Walking through the rainforest is an eye-opening experience for them, such beauty and the livelihood, filled with bright colors and stunning display of dancing birds in harmony. As they walk down a path that lined with bright yellow flowers with huge bee-like insects hovering above them, Charles asks Neytiri. Charles, how did you guys learn to speak our language? Neytiri quickly replies. Neytiri, the Sky people, when they first arrived here, opened up a school. And Grace took the time to teach us the language. It took a long time for us to learn, but we eventually got it. Mary can't seem to get enough of the scenery, she just keeps standing there looking around at everything. She then closes her eyes just so she can hear the sounds of the lively forest in its natural form. Memories of her previous home haunt her, the dead dark gray sky, no green, no life beyond the borders of the city walls. For a moment there it's as if she was living in a nightmare and this is the reality. Opening her eyes again and seeing the beauty of it all, she never wants to return. It's no wonder why Grace loved it so much. She are free from all the evil and death that they call Earth. Neytiri notices Mary admiring and loving the scenery, touching everything, like a little kid playing toys for the first time. She slowly walks up to her so she could move along with the rest and says while waving one gently, "Neytiri, zo. Come." She then realizes that she was mesmerized by the scenery, gives a big smile and says, "Mary, I used to teach people back home what it looks like here, there are even pictures of this place. And for the first time I can't believe how wrong I was, and everything about here. There are no words that can describe this place, to be honest. It's like we are in a heaven and back home the earth was hell. Now I really understand why Grace fell in love with this place, it is truly amazing beyond belief." They have to walk through some pretty thick vegetation and things in front of them become slight hard to see. Then all of a sudden, this huge tree, with big purplish vines that go in a spiral leading up to the top stands in the middle of this opening. As they stop to see the tree, they are amazed on the beauty, the sheer elegance of this tree. The colors even during the day are very noticeable, the vibrance, the way the leaves dances around off of it, it's like the tree is singing to them with musical notes of beauty and love. Nothing in either of their lives have they seen or come across anything more beautiful. Mary and the two brothers give each other a big group hug in remembrance of their loved ones. They all say their thanks for Neytiri for showing them this, and that it hold a special place in their hearts forever. Neytiri says, "Neytiri, Iwa has given us a display of their love in a very special beautiful tree. We call it the Atralak, which means tree of remembrance. Here is where we laid them to rest and here is where we will always remember them." They all pay their respects to their loved ones and quickly make their way back to the village, which is only about a 5-minute walk. They don't want to be out there without any real protection. Back at the camp, Jake and Amy talk over about the past and things about their brother and how things became to be. She reassures Jake that she's glad she came here to see him, how much has helped and how much of an influence his strong will has made a mark on people. She says to Jack passionately, "Amy, Jake, what you did here for these people is truly amazing. I just had to come see you for myself. And I'm happy for you. God has a mysterious way of doing things to good people. I always knew you were a good person and that you would always do the right thing. I just knew it." She gives Jake a warm big bear hug. After all, the size difference between the humans and the Na'vi are quite big. Norm and Conlu walk by Jack and Amy talking about the attack and it suddenly hits Jake with an idea. He immediately calls Conlu and Norm over to him and says, "Jake, we could possibly use whatever fuel the ship has left to burn the entrance. Maybe that will buy us enough time to somehow manage to get a cave in to trap them." Norm immediately agrees and starts looking for something to put the fuel into, and a way to start pumping out the fuel from the ship. Norm runs over to Charles and Jose to tell them about their new plan and says to them, "Norm, Jake came up with a good plan. You think we could use the leftover fuel from the ship to make like a wall of fire for about 5 minutes? Just enough time to maybe hold them off to buy us some time, maybe rig up some explosives? Is there even enough fuel there to pull something like this off? What do you think?" Charles and Jose look at each other and nod as if it was a great idea, and Jose says, "Jose, oh, that would most definitely work. We could use the power cells that generate the energy as explosives. Charles, you and Norm go find something to put the fuel in, and I'll go rig up the fuel line pump to start pumping out the remaining fuel." Charles and Norm head back to where they kept the flower vials and Jose heads back to the ship to set up the fuel line to start pumping out the fuel. Norm carefully stacks the about 5 vials, then hands the stack to Charles, then picks up the remaining 5 and they slowly head off towards the ship. Luckily for them, Jack comes riding up on his dire horse to give them a haul over to the ship. Otherwise it would have been a good 10 minutes walk with those vials. Once they arrived at the ship, Jose has a fuel line from the inside ready to go, and he's gotten the power cells out and ready to be moved. They carefully fill up each vial to about half, then the flower-like top snaps down, actually securing it pretty tightly. As those three work together, Jake can't help to sit there and think how humanity back home failed on Earth and how those with power can simply ruin everything. He admires their sheer willingness to help those in need, and he says to them, "Jake, thank you guys for the help, thank you." Being the comedian that he is, Jose quickly replies, "Jose, not a problem, glad we can help. Oh, and I almost forgot to show you something." He walks back into the ship and he comes out like Rambo with 2 ZR-520s, one on each hand, and says with a smirk, "Jose, yay, I am a badass, found these when I was looking around inside the ship for anything useful. I found these 2 bad boys in the storage weapons locker. And if you need help with anything else after we are done, just let us know, Papa Smurf." Shaking his head laughing, he simply points to Jose and rides back up the trail towards the village to grab some leather-like satchels to put the vials and power cells into. They carefully fill up all the vials and all the power cells are ready to go. When Jake returns, they carefully load up vials in a nice tight ring inside the satchel so they don't move around during flight, and they stack the power cells in the other satchel very tightly. Jake helps them onto the dire horse, and with his own wit he says, "Jake, okay gremlins, you guys ready? Here we go." They all laugh as they head back up the trail back to the village. The sight of Jake with 3 tiny humans is quite a funny sight to the Omaticaya. Some giggle and most of the children laugh at the sight. Jake leads them to where Torox is sitting down calmly watching over everything and gets off. Norm gets off the dire horse as he's comfortable around Toryuk. But the 2 brothers sit and stare at this giant beast in awe on the size, and the amount of teeth and claws it has. Jose with a scared look on his face points at Toryuk and says, "Jose, Jake my man, what about that thing dude?" Knowing that Jose always has a sense of humor about everything, Jake has his own sense of humor for him. He walks up to Toryuk and applies the bond and gets on him, and from within his mind he tells him to act fierce and roar with his wings fully extended. So Toryuk gets up, looks at Jose and roars with his wings fully extended. Charles and Jose are stunned, so scared they can't even move. It's as if the devil has frozen them in time. Norm begins to laugh non-stop just looking at the 2. Jake hops off of Toryuk and calms pats his neck and up to this head and looks over at the 2 and laughs and says, "Jake, it's okay, this is Toryuk, my bonded buddy. Don't worry, he knows you guys are my friends and he won't attack anyone. If you guys could help me strap on those satchels, it would be nice." Still in shock seeing enormous dragon roaring at them with a billion sharp teeth, they get off the dire horse slowly. They both grab a satchel and carry it to where Jake is and can't help stare at the awesome beast. To ensure them even more, Jake, while still with the bond attached, tells the 2 brothers to come to the front to see Toryuk. He closes his eyes and tells him that these 2 are friends of theirs. They slowly walk up to where Jake is and they sit there and pat Toryuk on the side of the neck. Jake says to them, "Jake, has the baddest cat in the sky, like my guard dog." Jose crawls under the neck to get the strap on the bottom of the other side of Toryuk to help strap the satchels. As he's crawling back he says to Jack jokingly, "Jose, I'd tear this cat a new one man." They all begin to laugh and work together, strapping everything down nice and tightly. And also making sure nothing hinders Toryuk's ability to fly. As they finish up they see some commotion come from the front and they all run to see what it is. It's some survivors from a faraway village that got their home destroyed by the plectors. The Omatakai help them and bring them water and sit them down to rest. Neytiri walks up to Jake after helping few of the survivors sit down with some water and says, "Neytiri, they have attacked the Ikran people of the Eastern Sea, Jake. I fear they will come here next." Not in any fear whatsoever, Jake says to Neytiri with confidence. "Jake, if they come, we will be ready for them. I got all the warriors on alert and ready to attack. And Toryuk here too, if they come, we will fight." Every time Jack talks with fearlessness, Neytiri can't help but not to feel absolutely safe knowing they have Toryuk Mito on their side fighting for them. Neytiri nods at Jack and goes back to help the people that came in. He turns around and tells his three friends to go eat as he has to walk around and make sure everything is in working order. It's the Marine in Jake kicking in, the attention to detail. Nothing goes unaccounted for when being prepared for anything at any given time. Chapter 14. Day of Attack. With the new idea of using the last remaining fuel of the spacecraft and using the power cells as explosives, they are ready for their attack on the cave. According to Charles, the power cells can also be remotely detonated from a distance, which really works in favor for them. Since this mission has to be done as fast and as quiet as possible, all the clan leaders agree on sending only the most fit and fastest riders of the Ikran Banshees. They equip and ready everything the night before and prepare for the trip to the cave in Whisper Mountain. Charles and Jose got the green light to go as they volunteered to rig the roof of the cave entrance with the power cells to explode. Little do they know that Amy has first-hand experience in pyrotechnics, that she learned from their father while growing up, and she plans to help in any way, shape or form. So she's going, and so is Mary. In her mind she never has had the chance to help one of her brothers out in times of need, and now she intends to do so. Only thing is, Jake doesn't know she's coming along. It is night time now, and everyone is saying their prayers with their loved ones before the morning mission to Whisper Mountain. Mary and the two brothers ask Conlu if they could take them to the tree at night so they could say a prayer to their loved ones one last time before their suicidal mission, and Conlu gladly takes them with honor. Walking through forest at night is an eye-opening, jaw-dropping experience for them. With every step that they take, the ground lights up as if it knows they are there. Every leaf, branch or fern has some type of glow, as if it has an actual conscious of life. The glowing bugs flying around with its green glowing vibrance, the crystal clear water from the river giving off some glow from the vegetation on the floor. It's as if they were walking through the Garden of Eden for the first time. They walk through in a quiet awe of an experience and will be something that they will never forget. Seeing the tree during the day was one thing, but come night time and the tree lights up like a Christmas tree. Mary and the two brothers sit there in awe that something could be so beautiful. It's as if their love for this planet is being displayed by the astonishing vibrant colors it gives off. Conlu says. Conlu, Grace and Trudy's energy of life was so pure, that Iwa decided to put their love into a display of beautiful colors at this tree. It is a very special tree, and this is a very special place. They will be remembered forever by the Navi people. They head back to camp to try to get some rest before they get up to do what they have to do. The good news is that they got 2 more ZR-520s from the spacecraft with about 500 more rounds, so that should buy them extra time to hold them off. The night goes on without a hiccup and it is time for people to get the ball rolling. The people move with a purpose, everyone's doing their part to ensure things go as planned. They are going to fly up there in pairs, with a couple extra Ikrans with the equipment. Charles and Norm are going to ride with Conlu, Jose is going to ride with Jake and Neytiri on Toryuk. As you see Jose about to get on Toryuk, he says, "Jose, oh yeah, I get to ride on Puff the Magic Dragon." That kind of humor brings laughs and some smiles to Jack and Norm while they prepare to take off to their almost suicidal mission. As those take off, you can see Amy and Mary getting on other Ekrans with other of the warriors without them noticing. Especially since Jake will be in the lead with Toryuk, Hell never noticed them in the back. So off they go into the early morning wind. They take absolutely no chances for this plan to fail. Jake guides them once again through the very dangerous route that he previously took while following Neytiri. It's a little tougher this time since the Ekrans are slightly heavier. For the humans, it's one ride they will never forget, having to go through so many obstacles with such precision and speed. Charles, Norm and Amy are holding on for dear life as they are scared as hell. Jose on the other hand is absolutely loving the ride, pure adrenaline junkie to the bone. Neytiri notices that Jose is absolutely loving the ride, and as she shakes her head smiling she says, "Neytiri, Stuito. Brave little beetle." Miraculously they all made through the route of hell without being detected, or anyone dying. Everything has gone smoothly so far and they landed where they intended to with safety. As they all begin to unpack everything with quickness and being extremely quiet, Jake finally notices Mary and Amy tagging along, and even though he wants to tell them to go back, he's actually inspired by them for coming, so he allows them. Jake applies the bond to Toryuk and tells him to stay there, and that where they are going it's very dangerous. Before they leave, about 20 of all the clan's most fierce warriors followed them up there and have volunteered to fly up to the cave when they light the fire. They all are wielding giant spears with very sharp tips that might be able to piece their skin, or at the least do some damage to them. Their role is to fly up there when the signal is given, and that signal is when they see the flame lit. Basically they are air support for them. Jake admires their courage and repeats to come when they see the fire. They all know the drill and Jake motions once again to move out. They need to hurry up because there is a storm heading their way and it could get pretty dark at that height, and that could really spell disaster. They quietly make their way through the forest and rocks, without a peep. So they finally reach the cave entrance and it looks like a damn graveyard, body parts everywhere, bones all over the ground. It's like everything that hell would have, only rotting and foul to the bone. They can hear the creatures breathing, so they need to be super quiet or it's chow time for them. So Jake splits them up. He sends Charles and Jose along with Amy and 2 warriors to go around the back side of the cave to get to the top to start triggering the explosives. Conlu and Jake will begin to lay down the flammable sap one side, while 2 other warriors lay down sap on the other side of the cave. Neytiri and Mary both stay back the furthest, and Neytiri has the detonation remote to set off the explosion. Everything seems to be going smoothly and they are executing everything according to their plan. Like a daisy chain of workers, Jose has the farthest power cell and he carefully rigs his, then gives a thumbs up to Amy. She then rigs her power cell and gives a thumbs up to Charles. Charles grabs the line and quickly rigs up 2 power cells, with the last being the detonator. He pops the green switch and all 5 green lights activate on all the power cells. They are full activated and are ready to be detonated by remote. Charles looks over the ridge a little and gives Neytiri a thumbs up that the power cells are ready to go. They quickly and quietly smear the sap all along the floor of the entrance of the cave. The good is that it's very dark with boulders in the way, so they have some cover. The bad is the cover also makes it hard to see if one approaches in time to run like hell. And right as one of the warriors is about to finish smearing the last of the flammable sap, he gets picked up by one of the plectors and gets torn to pieces. Soon as Jack sees that, he yells out, "Jake, light it, light it." They quickly light the sap fire and a huge wall of flame engulfs the entire entrance of the cave. All of the plectors are all wide awake and roaring like mad inside the cave. And for the first time they can somewhat see the leader making his way to the cave entrance. Jake yells out, "Jake, shoot the big one." They begin to shoot the cave entrance wildly, hoping to hit something with the guns and arrows. The leader moves against the wall and goes without being hit with anything. Before they can detonate the explosives they have to be out of range of the blast or they will all die. So Jake yells out to everyone, Jake, get back away from the entrance, we need to blow it. Run. _ At this point in time you can hear the leader's roar and he flies through the wall of fire and catches on fire. Flying through the air on fire he lands tumbling onto the ground, putting himself out of the flames. He slowly gets up, smoke coming off of him, and still very and extremely angry with his eyes lit up so bright. He looks towards the closest warriors and begins to charge them. He easily picks one up, and starts tossing and shredding them apart like nothing. Everyone at this point is shooting him with everything, but this one's a lot stronger and the skin is a lot thicker, so even the guns don't do that much harm to him. Mary, who is sitting back near Neytiri, bravely gets closer to the leader, who is kicking the shit out of all the warriors and begins to throw rocks at his head. Being a former all-world softball player in the past allows her to accurately hit him head in the head with some force behind the throws. Although not doing much damage, it's just pissing him off and immediately gets his attention. He turns around, biting a warrior's head clean off, looks at her with those bright red eyes and lets out a roar as if he sees an appetizer. At the same time, Conlu, who is shooting him with arrows from the backside and doing no harm or damage, sees him looking at Mary and yells out to her, "Conlu, run." The look in his eyes is of pure desperation, knowing that he can't do anything about what's about to happen to Mary. Neytiri from a distance from above has a clear view of the entrance and everything inside it. She can see the female in the back lying there. Realizing that is why the leader would never leave the cave, she yells out, "Neytiri, tu taikan sui and meets its ultigo tani tuti. Someone needs to go in there and attack the female." Then, like a lightning bolt out of thin air, in comes flying in Toryuk and takes down the leader with a massive impact-like tackle, saving Mary. Seeing Toryuk in action for the first foremost immediately brings up their morale to its fullest. These two beasts are in a huge tangle of sharp claws and unsnapping jaws. Toryuk gave enough window of opportunity for a brave warrior to go flying in to attack the female. Toryuk is overmatched by the leader but never backed down. He kicks off Toryuk and goes flying off back into the cave to try to stop the warrior from getting at his queen. Little do they know that the leader can understand her, and he immediately intervenes any incoming Agrins and their hunters and kills them. The leader is like a swift bat in the sky, quick, agile and very strong. Like a linebacker covering the end zone and stuffing all incoming traffic, he is stopping everyone from entering the cave. It was a suicide mission for the warrior, who didn't even survive going through the wall of flame. Him and his Agrin end up on fire and come crashing down hard onto the female in a tumble. The leader flies in and catches fire himself and pushes all the smaller ones out of the way to get to his queen, who is now covered in fire. He tries his best to put out the flames and manages to stop the fire on her. By now the wall of flame is slowly getting smaller as the sap is losing its potency, and Jake sees this and notices that everyone is now at a safe distance to detonate the power cells. He yells out, "Jake, blow it! Blow it!" Neytiri flips the switch but nothing happens, and tries again and nothing happens. In a panic she yells out, "Neytiri, it's not working, Jake, it's not working." The leader sits up his queen, who is almost dead, stands up, clenches his fists in a primal fury and eyes light up so bright. Turns around and begins to walk towards the exit of the cave. Jake quickly notices that the detonator remote trigger has been melted by the flame. So someone needs to get in there and manually flip the switch and sacrifice themselves and blow it. Amy, who was already on top of the mountain when she heard Neytiri yelling that it wasn't working, immediately turned around and began to sprint back. There was nobody else close enough that had the time to blow it before the leader caught on, human or Navi. It was either blow it now or the mission would have been a complete failure. Jake can see her running back towards the power cells and he knows what she's going to do. And he tries to run stop her, but Neytiri and Conlu hold him back and he yells out, "Jake, no!" She reaches down and grabs the power cell, flips the lid and looks up Jake with a warm loving smile, closes her eyes and pushes the button. The explosion is like a mini nuclear case show-off, first a bright light, then the massive blow of power with a huge plume of dark smoke. The explosion itself instantly kills everything inside the cave, and everything around it. What was once a cave, is now nothing but trouble of huge boulders and ash. The dust is like a cloud and covers everyone, and people run for safety before they get hit with some of the falling rocks from the huge explosion. Even Toryuk goes flying off as if he knew he had to get away. As the ashes begin to settle, and the rumble of the falling debris and rocks come to an end, it becomes visible to where the cave once was is nothing more than a pile of huge rock. Filled with sadness, Jake slowly falls to his knees and falls into a deep sorrowful stare at the ground. Everyone now begin to regroup and slowly make their way back to the Jake and Neytiri. Not really knowing what to say to Jake, she puts her hand on his shoulder and says softly, "Neytiri, she loved you very much, Jake." She had sacrificed herself for her brother, to show him how much he meant to her, in her heart. And as quickly and for how briefly he got to see his sister again, he lost her in an instant all over again, only this time for all eternity. Sometimes bad things happen when you least expect them to, and don't turn out the way you want them to, but sometimes, good things do happen, and happen out of love and for the good. In this case, when Amy thought she had lost her brother, she thought that her brother thought that she didn't love him because she refused to talk to him when he left for the Marines. Given the second chance to prove that he did mean something to her, she made the ultimate sacrifice, she gave her life, to save his. She made absolutely sure that Jack had a chance at a good life with his newfound love, Neytiri and the people of the Navy. So she sacrificed herself because she loved Jake. Seeing Jack in deep sorrow and in tears saddens Neytiri and Kanlu very deeply. Everyone comes to him, and lay their hands on him and thank him, and thank his sister for letting them live. They slowly sing a soft song for his sister for paying the ultimate price, her life. He understands now that she did love him, and he knows he would have done the same thing for her. Slowly getting up and slowly looking up, he says, "Jake, let's go home." Chapter 15. Pandora Victor. As the Whisper Mountain mission survivors arrive back at the tree, the gathering of a huge force was at hand. While gone to the mountain, they had voted in case they were to fail, they were going to march there in force. Seeing as it was a success and watching the riders come flying in, and especially with Jake on Toryuk and the warrior goddess herself Neytiri riding with him, they let out a historic battle roar of victory. Jake and Neytiri follow with their own victory shout of accomplishment to acknowledge them. Once again the clans had come together to fight another evil, with Jake leading the way. Jake, among other things, has not just become the leader of the Omadakaya, many of the other clans now see him as a supreme ruler of the Navy. With him being Toryuk Mito, the people will follow him into any battle, to live or die. That is the kind of bravery that the title itself spreads throughout the Navy. After all, it's been a very long time since there has been a Toryuk Mito in existence, and to have lived and fought side by side with him is an honor in itself to the people. As they all land and walk towards the tree, they are mobbed by cheers, are congratulated and thanked by many clans leaders and people. Leading the walk is Jake, with Neytiri by his side hand in hand, which has become somewhat of an icon. Coming to the tree, he stops and notions that's he going to speak, and like an order given by a god, they all quiet down rapidly and he says, "Jake, today the people have come together once again to fight some type of evil demons. We worked as one, and we conquered. Many have died to accomplish what we did, and they will be honored and remembered forever." Standing firm and speaking confidently like a true leader, Jake turns and points at the three humans standing there off to the side and says, "Jake, victory was not just for the Navy today. Victory was also shared for the four of our friends that had the courage to help our people." Shocked that Jack put them in the spot, Mary, Charles, Norm and Jose simply bow their heads in honor to the Na'vi people. Like a military rooting for one of their own, they let out a hurrah-type cheer to honor them respectfully. Jake closes his glorious speech with, "Jake, victory is everyone's today, go home to your villages and celebrate, the day is yours to cherish." Neytiri, feeling the emotion of happiness and sadness, looks at Jack and puts her hand on his shoulder and says tearfully in a broken voice, "Neytiri, I see you." Full of glory and happiness that Neytiri is still there with him, Jack says, "Jake, I see you." Ma'at walks up to the both of them and says to Neytiri with a big smile of happiness, "Ma'at, father would be proud." As Neytiri grasps her mother from the emotions of joy and sadness, and as the sun is starting to set behind them, it slowly goes down behind Jake, leaving a silhouette of Jack with bow in hand as the sun rays shine past him, forever imprinting the legendary image of Jake the Toryukmito in many people's minds and hearts. It's as if the sun purposely stopped for a few seconds behind him, acknowledging him. Neytiri sees this heroic image and yells out fiercely, "Neytiri, Toryukmito!" And the crowd follows, chanting Toryukmito until the sun finally sets. News spread quickly about the victory at the top of Whisper Mountain, and people celebrated with joy. The nights were lit up with beauty and natural sounds of the Omaticaya and the living forest wildlife. During the Festival of Victory, you can see the people dancing, celebrating, eating, drinking, just enjoying the moment as it presents itself. Even Norm, Charles, and Jose are caught up in the celebration, as they too are even dancing with some of the Omaticaya to the tribal music played by the Navi's finest musicians. Conlu and Mary gracefully dancing with each other as if they choreographed it. Those two seem to have a connection, a bond, almost as they have fallen for each other, and the people notice and clap for them with their symphony of display of dancing. With so much celebration and happiness in the air, Neytiri keeps a close eye on Jake because she knows he's hurting deep within his soul with the loss of his sister. What she doesn't realize is that he's very happy and thankful of his sister. Jake does realize that sometimes bad things happen with a good outcome, and his sister did something very noble, a sacrifice for her family. And because of her, the Omaticaya and its people can live another day in peace. Seems that he's at peace with the reality of knowing that his sister did love him, and that's all that seems to matter to Jake now, love and family. And with her sister's sacrifice, she in a sense gave Jack love and family through Neytiri and the Omaticaya. With so much laughter, joy and a sense of good things to come, the dancing keeps going, and Mary, after her display of salsa-like dancing with Conlu, walks over to Jack and pulls him in to dance, and Jake in a horror says, "Jake, but I can't dance." Immediately Neytiri cries out in a hysterical laugh with the sight of Jack who can't dance to save his life. The comical sight of Jack trying to dance brings the entire Omaticaya in a frenzy of laughter. Charles and Jose are happily drinking some of the Omaticaya's finest drink that they call Irtakampi, or Touch of Smile. Basically it is their version of an alcoholic beverage, but with a mean kick. Even they are tearing up at the sight of Jack trying to dance, let alone laughing drunk. Jose, while still somewhat sober, says, "Jose, Papa Smurf's got no dancing skills." Charles and even Jack heard what Jose said, and they all laugh as everyone is having a good time. And Norm can't seem to get enough of that fish, and he continually goes back for more. Conlu laughs at Norm and yells out to him and points at him, then pats his stomach, telling him that he's going to be paying the price later on for all that fish he's eating. He just laughs and grabs more fish for the taking. Even these people from another world, of a different race and language, can sometimes bond with the one universal feeling, that is called love. The Omaticaya and all of the Navi have embraced them as part of their family. They have earned their right to live among them and are considered brothers and sisters. They have come to realize that not all sky people are bad, some are good that do live among them now. As the night carries on, many of the brave warriors and leaders begin to make their way back to their villages. They all stop and thank Jake and Neytiri, who are standing hand in hand in the front saying goodbye to them all. Tired and stuck staring at Whisper Mountain that glows in the night, Jake can't help about his sister. That mountain that has taken from him, is also giving as well. He grabs Neytiri's hand and says, "Jake, time to sleep." They make their way up the spiral staircase to go to sleep, and for the first time Jake lays back and smiles at Neytiri. She lays down on his chest and he closes his eyes with no fear and falls asleep. For the first time he is able to sleep in peace, with no nightmares, no fear of not waking up. He is finally what he was born to be, Toryukmito. The next morning comes around, and Jake, being an early bird, is already on the way back from hunting for some breakfast. As he's walking back up the trail towards the cooking fire, he notices Neytiri standing there glowing like an angel sent from God himself with a smile that can even light up the day, and Ma'at behind her with a smile as well. He approaches them in a smiling curiously manner. "Jake, what is it?" Neytiri happily walks over to Jake, grabs both of his hands and looks deep into his eyes and says with a blissful glee, "Neytiri, I am pregnant, Jake."